Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fantasy Whispers Stories. For those joining us for the first time, or if you need a little reminder, let me immerse you in a world where time is a river and magic is its current. In the previous parts of our story, Turning Back Time, we saw a Harry Potter still grappling with the price of victory, 5 years after the devastating Battle of Hogwarts. Driven by the desire to save those he had lost, Harry delved into the forbidden secrets of temporal magic. His quest led him to an ancient ritual called Vacus Magicae, capable of extracting a wizard's magical abilities. Aided by a mysterious time traveler calling himself Elphias Doge, Harry journeyed into the past, to the year 1943. Adopting the new identity of Professor Peverell, he became the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. His goal: to find a young Tom Riddle before he could transform into Voldemort and strip him of his magic. After months of careful preparation and building trust, Harry managed to trick the 16-year-old Riddle into participating in the ritual, successfully removing his magical power. Tom Riddle, now stripped of his magic, was sent into the Muggle world, where despite everything, his intellect and ambition allowed him to achieve success in an academic environment. Harry, meanwhile, remained in the 1940s, observing the changes in the timeline. But time is a treacherous thing. In the epilogue, set in 1991, an 11-year-old Harry Potter, who had grown up with loving parents, met his older self. Their consciousnesses merged. At the same moment, Tom Riddle, now an Oxford professor, after 40 years of research, began to reconnect with his extracted magical essence, sensing Harry's consciousness merge. And that's where our story picks up. I'm thrilled you're here to discover what happens next in Turning Back Time, right here on Fantasy Whispers Stories. Let's dive in. Chapter 21, Double Life. The morning sun streamed through the scarlet hangings of Harry's four-poster bed, casting warm shadows across the Gryffindor dormitory. For a moment, he lay still, processing the extraordinary reality of his situation. Yesterday, he had been two people, an 11-year-old boy starting at Hogwarts, and a 60-year-old professor with decades of experience. Today, he was both and neither, a single consciousness carrying the weight of two lifetimes. Harry sat up slowly, careful to move with the appropriate awkwardness of a child, still adjusting to his new surroundings. Around him, his dormmates were beginning to stir. Ron's snores still echoed from the next bed, while Neville seemed to be having an animated conversation with his pillow about someone named Trevor. "Morning," Dean Thomas said sleepily from across the room, rubbing his eyes. "Mental, isn't it? Being here." "Yeah," Harry replied, his voice carefully pitched to match the excitement of an 11-year-old. Still can't quite believe it's real. The irony of the statement wasn't lost on him. After decades of teaching in this very castle as Professor Peverell, walking these halls felt more like coming home than discovering something new. Yet, he had to maintain the facade of wide-eyed wonder, had to be Harry Potter, the first-year student, not the battle-hardened, temporal interventionist he truly was. As he dressed in his school robes, a process he deliberately made slightly clumsy, Harry's mind was already categorizing the day's challenges. Potions with Snape would be particularly difficult. In this timeline, Severus had never been a Death Eater, never loved Lily from afar, never carried the crushing guilt that had defined him in the original timeline. He was simply a brilliant, if somewhat bitter, potions master who had no particular reason to hate Harry Potter. And yet, Harry carried memories of the man who had given his life to protect him, who had loved his mother with a devotion that transcended death itself. How could he sit in that classroom and pretend to be meeting Severus Snape for the first time? "You coming?" Ron asked, now dressed and clearly eager for breakfast. "Percy says we need to get there early if we want the good stuff." Harry nodded, falling into step with his future best friend, though in this timeline they had only met yesterday. As they made their way through the common room and down the moving staircases, Harry found himself automatically taking the most efficient route, then had to pretend to be confused when Ron suggested a different path. The Great Hall was already bustling with students when they arrived. Harry's enhanced awareness, a product of decades of magical experience, immediately cataloged several important details. There was a subtle magical disturbance in the air, like an echo of the convergence he'd felt yesterday. Several of the professors were exhibiting signs of heightened alertness, particularly Dumbledore, whose twinkling eyes swept the hall with more intensity than usual. Most concerning was a faint resonance he could feel pulling at the edges of his consciousness, a familiar magical signature that shouldn't exist in this timeline. It was distant, muted, but unmistakably connected to Tom Riddle. "Harry, you all right?" Hermione's voice broke through his analysis. She had joined them at the Gryffindor table, already looking concerned. "You seem distracted." "Just thinking about classes," Harry said, forcing himself to focus on buttering his toast with appropriate 11-year-old concentration. "Nervous about potions. Percy said Professor Snape can be tough." It was a reasonable excuse, and Hermione immediately launched into a reassuring explanation of how she'd already read ahead in their potions textbook and would be happy to help him study. Harry listened with genuine fondness, remembering how this brilliant, anxious girl would become one of the most formidable witches of her generation. The morning post arrived in a flurry of wings. Harry received a letter from his parents, a simple note wishing him well on his first full day of classes. The casual affection in their words made his throat tight. In this timeline, such correspondence was normal, expected. They had no idea their son carried memories of a world where they had died before his second birthday. His first class was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. Harry had to constantly remind himself to struggle with the matchstick-to-needle transformation when he could have managed it wandlessly with his eyes closed. McGonagall, younger than he remembered, but no less sharp, observed the class with her characteristic stern attention. "Mr. Potter," she said, stopping beside his desk, "you're overthinking the wand movement. Transfiguration requires precision, not force." It was almost painful to deliberately fail at something so simple. But Harry adjusted his technique to show gradual improvement rather than immediate mastery. By the end of class, he had produced a needle that was still partly wood, a respectable result for a first attempt. "Well done, Potter," McGonagall said with a slight nod. 5 points to Gryffindor for persistence. Defense against the dark arts proved even more challenging to navigate. Professor Quirrell, without Voldemort possessing him, was simply a nervous, somewhat incompetent teacher who seemed genuinely terrified of his own subject. Harry had to resist the urge to correct his numerous mistakes or demonstrate proper defensive techniques, but it was during lunch that Harry made his first real move. Excusing himself from the table, he made his way to an abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor, one he knew from his time as Professor Peverell would be unoccupied and unwarded. There, he carefully removed a piece of parchment from his bag and began to write. The letter was addressed to one of Professor Peverell's old contacts, a discreet investigator in the Department of Mysteries who specialized in temporal anomalies. Using a cipher they had developed decades ago, Harry outlined his concerns about the magical disturbance he detected and requested quiet surveillance of Oxford, particularly around Magdalen College. He sealed the letter with a charm that would make it appear blank to anyone but the intended recipient, then made his way to the owlery. Hedwig was there, having arrived that morning as an early birthday present from his parents, delivered late due to what they called owl traffic. The snowy owl regarded him with amber eyes that seemed far too knowing. "I need you to be very careful with this one," Harry whispered, attaching the letter to her leg. "No one can know it came from me," Hedwig hooted softly, nipping his finger affectionately before taking flight. Harry watched her disappear into the cloudy afternoon sky, carrying the first thread of the web he would need to weave to monitor Tom Riddle's activities. The afternoon brought potions, the class Harry had been dreading most. The dungeons were exactly as he remembered, cold, damp, and filled with pickled creatures floating in jars along the walls. Snape swept in with his characteristic dramatic flair, black robes billowing behind him. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began, his voice soft, but carrying clearly through the silent classroom. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic." The speech was almost identical to the one Harry remembered, though delivered without the particular venom that had been directed at him in the original timeline. When Snape reached the part where he would have humiliated Harry with impossible questions, he instead turned his attention to a hapless Hufflepuff who hadn't been paying attention. Harry found himself studying this version of Severus Snape with new eyes. Without the burden of his past mistakes, without the dark mark that had defined so much of his life, he was still strict and somewhat unpleasant, but not cruel. There was even a moment when he demonstrated the proper way to dice roots, where Harry caught a glimpse of genuine passion for his subject. The potion they were brewing, a simple cure for boils, required careful attention to appear appropriately challenging. Harry deliberately added his porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire, earning a sharp correction from Snape, but avoiding the disaster that would have occurred if he'd actually followed through. "Pay attention, Potter," Snape said curtly. "I won't tolerate carelessness in my classroom." "Yes, sir," Harry replied, meeting the professor's dark eyes briefly. For just a moment, he thought he saw something flicker in Snape's expression, a faint recognition of something unusual. But then it was gone, and Snape had moved on to criticize Neville's catastrophically melting cauldron. By evening, Harry was exhausted from the constant performance of being an ordinary 11-year-old. After dinner, while Ron and others played Exploding Snap in the common room, Harry retreated to his dormitory under the pretense of being tired. There, sitting on his bed with the curtains drawn, and secured with privacy charms far beyond what a first year should know, he finally allowed himself to process the day properly. The magical disturbance he'd felt was growing stronger, though still distant. Whatever Tom Riddle was doing in Oxford, it was accelerating. The resonance suggested he had successfully connected with at least part of his stored magical essence, a development that moved up Harry's timeline considerably. Harry retrieved his journal, ostensibly a diary given by his parents, but actually protected by enchantments that would make even Hermione's secured notes look like child's play. In it, he began documenting his observations, using a combination of runic script and temporal ciphers that he developed during his years as Professor Peverell. The soft sound of footsteps on the stairs made him quickly stow the journal and drop the privacy charms. Ron's head poked through the curtains a moment later. "You missed it," Ron said enthusiastically. "Fred and George just set off a dung bomb in the corridor." Filch went mental. Harry forced a grin. "Sorry I missed it. Just really tired, you know." "Yeah, first day and all," Ron agreed. "Hermione's downstairs going on about making study schedules already." Mental, that one. As Ron retreated to his own bed, Harry lay back and stared at the canopy above him. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, maintaining his cover while investigating the growing threat of Tom Riddle's restoration. He would need to be careful, patient, strategic. One wrong move could expose his true nature and compromise everything he'd worked to achieve. But as sleep finally began to claim him, Harry felt a grim determination settling in his bones. He had saved the wizarding world once by preventing Voldemort's rise. If necessary, he would do it again. The last thought that crossed his mind before darkness took him was a memory from his time as Professor Peverell, Tom Riddle's cold smile as the vacuum's magic-y ritual stripped away his magic. That smile had promised that this wasn't over. Now, 50 years later, it seemed that promise was finally being kept. Chapter 22. Old Friends, New Secrets. The Quidditch pitch stretched before them in the crisp September morning, dew still glinting on the grass. Harry stood with the other Gryffindor first-years, listening to Madame Hooch's instructions about broom handling while fighting every instinct in his body. The Nimbus 2000 wouldn't be released for another few months in this timeline, and the school brooms looked even more battered than he remembered. "Stick out your right hand over your broom," Madame Hooch called, "and say, 'up.'" Harry waited a calculated beat after the command, watching as others struggled before saying firmly, "up." The broom jumped into his hand immediately. He couldn't quite bring himself to fail at this, not when flying had always been as natural as breathing. "Well done, Potter," Madame Hooch said approvingly. "Natural talent, just like your father." Beside him, Ron was still coaxing his broom, which seemed determined to roll away rather than rise. Hermione's had jumped halfway before falling back down, and she was now analyzing her technique with the intensity of someone solving an arithmancy equation. "It's not about thinking," Harry found himself saying quietly to her. "Just want it to come to you, like calling a friend." Hermione shot him a surprised look, but tried again with notably more success. The small smile she gave him was worth the minor risk of showing too much insight. As they mounted their brooms for basic hovering practice, Harry had to physically restrain himself from soaring into the air. The muscle memory of countless hours flying as a seeker, as an orer, as Professor Peverell enjoying evening flights around the castle threatened to take over. Instead, he wobbled appropriately, overcorrected his lean, and managed a shaky hover about 3 feet off the ground. "Steady, Potter," Madame Hooch instructed. "Grip with your knees. Don't clutch the handle so tight." It was torture, pretending to be clumsy at the one thing that had always made him feel truly free. But the deception was necessary. An 11-year-old who flew like a professional would raise too many questions. After the lesson, as they walked back to the castle, Ron was enthusiastic about Harry's natural talent. "You should try out for the team next year," he said excitedly. "Charlie always said the best flyers just know what to do without thinking about it." "Maybe," Harry replied, his mind already elsewhere. During the flight, he'd noticed something concerning magical resonance patterns in the air above the castle that didn't belong. They were faint, almost imperceptible, but to someone with his experience, they suggested long-distance magical surveillance. Someone was watching Hogwarts, and doing it skillfully enough that the castle's ancient wards hadn't identified it as a threat. That evening, Harry implemented the first phase of his information-gathering network. After dinner, while his classmates were occupied with homework in the common room, he slipped away to the 7th floor. The room of requirement responded to his need immediately, though he was careful to request something a clever first year might accidentally discover, rather than revealing his intimate knowledge of the castle's secrets. The room provided was small and simple: a desk, a chair, and most importantly, absolute privacy. Harry quickly penned 3 more coded letters to various contacts from his time as Professor Peverell. One to a rare books dealer in Knockturn Alley who specialized in theoretical texts about essence magic. Another to a former student who now worked in the Department of Mysteries time room. The third to an elderly witch in France who had been researching magical restoration techniques for decades. Each letter was carefully crafted to seem like innocent correspondence about academic matters, while actually requesting specific information about any unusual magical phenomena or research into essence restoration. Harry sealed them with charms that would destroy the parchment if intercepted by anyone but the intended recipient. As he prepared to leave, a thought struck him. The room of requirement had been one of Tom Riddle's hiding places in the original timeline. What if he was using agents to access it even now? Harry quickly cast detection spells far beyond what any first year should know, carefully checking for any magical signatures or monitoring charms. The room was clean, but he added his own subtle markers, invisible threads of magic that would alert him if anyone else accessed this particular configuration of the room. On his way back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry took a deliberate detour past the defense against the dark arts office. The corridor was empty, but as he passed Quirrell's door, he felt it again, that faint resonance of Tom Riddle's magic. It wasn't coming from Quirrell himself, but something in or near the office carried traces of that familiar signature. Out for an evening stroll, Potter. Harry spun around, heart racing, to find Snape standing in the shadows. Without the antipathy that had characterized their relationship in the original timeline, the potion's master merely looked suspicious rather than hostile. "I got lost, Professor," Harry said, putting the right amount of embarrassment in his voice. "I was trying to find the library." Snape's dark eyes studied him for a long moment. "The library is on the 4th floor, Potter. You are currently on the 3rd. I suggest you pay more attention to your surroundings in future." "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir." As Snape swept away, Harry caught something in the professor's expression, a flicker of uncertainty, as if something about the encounter didn't quite fit. Harry filed it away as a reminder to be more careful. This Snape might not hate him, but he was no less observant. Back in the common room, Harry found Ron and Hermione engaged in a heated debate about the proper pronunciation of Wingardium Leviosa. Despite not having had that lesson yet, "It's Leviosa, not Leviosa," Hermione insisted, demonstrating the wand movement she'd learned from their textbook. "Does it really matter if the feather floats, Ron argued back. Harry sat down nearby, pretending to work on his transfiguration essay, while actually composing mental notes about the day's discoveries. The surveillance patterns suggested someone was specifically monitoring student activities, looking for something or someone. The trace signature near Quirrell's office indicated recent contact with items connected to Tom Riddle. Most concerning, if Riddle had reached even 20% magical restoration, he would be capable of sophisticated remote magic through properly prepared focal objects. Harry, you're friends with Malfoy's son, right? Ron's question jolted him from his analysis. Harry blinked, momentarily confused. In this timeline, without Voldemort's influence, the Malfoy family dynamics would be entirely different. We've met a few times at ministry functions, he said carefully, remembering the cover story his parents had established. Why? He was asking about you at dinner. Wanted to know if you were really naturally that good at flying, or if you'd been practicing. Interesting. Draco's curiosity could be innocent, or it could be prompted by someone else. Harry made a mental note to pay closer attention to the Slytherin first years. Just lucky, I guess, Harry said with a shrug that didn't quite reach his eyes. Later that night, as his doormates slept, Harry lay awake behind his curtains, protected by silence charms. He reached into his trunk and pulled out what appeared to be an ordinary remembrall, a gift from his parents for starting Hogwarts. But as he held it and whispered a specific incantation in Parseltongue, its surface shimmered and revealed its true nature. A modified surveillance mirror linked to detection wards he'd placed around Britain during his years as Professor Peverell. Most of the wards remained quiet, showing the normal magical background of a peaceful wizarding world. But 3 locations pulsed with irregular activity. Oxford, no surprise there. A warehouse in London's East End, and most troublingly, a spot in the Scottish Highlands, not far from Hogwarts itself. Harry memorized the exact coordinates before deactivating the device. Tomorrow was Saturday. Perhaps a letter home expressing how much he missed them and asking if he could visit next weekend would be appropriate. His parents would be thrilled, and it would give him an excuse to investigate the London location. A soft rustling made him freeze. Through a gap in his curtains, he saw Neville sitting up in bed, fumbling for something on his nightstand. "Trevor," Neville whispered into the darkness. "Where are you?" Harry silently cast a summoning charm, wandlessly directing the escaped Toad back to Neville's bed. He watched as the boy's face lit up with relief at finding his pet hiding under his pillow. It was such a small thing, but it reminded Harry forcefully of why he was doing this. In the original timeline, Neville had grown up without parents, raised by a grandmother who loved him, but never quite knew how to show it. Here, Frank and Alice Longbottom were respected Aurors, and Neville visited them every Sunday for tea. That simple difference, a boy who knew his parents' love, was worth any amount of personal sacrifice. As Neville settled back to sleep, toad securely in hand, Harry made a decision. Tomorrow, he would begin recruiting allies. Not by revealing the truth, that was far too dangerous, but by identifying those who might be helpful when the time came. Hermione's brilliant mind, Ron's strategic thinking and loyalty, Neville's hidden courage. He would need them all. But tonight, one more task remained. Harry pulled out his journal and began encoding the day's observations, his quill moving in precise patterns across the specially prepared parchment. Day 2, surveillance detected. Type, remote scrying professional grade. Origin, unknown, but consistent with advanced restoration techniques. TR signature confirmed near Dada office, likely focal object for monitoring. 3 sites showing anomalous activity. Oxford expected, London warehouse unknown quantity, Highland location concerning due to proximity. Note, this Snape is observant. Nearly caught me investigating. Must be more careful. Additional note, flying is harder to fake than magic. Muscle memory too strong. May need to accidentally show more skill to avoid suspicion from those who knew James Potter. Priority, establish communication with allies outside Hogwarts. Begin subtle recruitment within. The war that never was may yet need soldiers. Harry sealed the journal and tucked it back into his trunk, protected by wards that would make even Hermione's security measures look amateur. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but for tonight, he had laid the groundwork for what was to come. As sleep finally claimed him, his last coherent thought was a memory from his original timeline, Hermione saying, "We couldn't have done it without you, Harry." This time, he promised himself, they wouldn't have to. This time, he would be ready for whatever Tom Riddle had planned. The faint sound of wings against glass woke him briefly in the pre-dawn hours. Hedwig had returned, and the tiny roll of parchment tied to her leg contained a single word in familiar handwriting. Confirmed. His message had been received. The network was activating. The game, as they said, was afoot. Chapter 23, Christmas Shadows. The Hogwarts Express carried Harry home through a landscape transformed by winter. Snow blanketing the Scottish Highlands in pristine white. He sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione, playing Exploding Snap and discussing their first term, but his mind was elsewhere. 3 months of careful observation had confirmed his worst fears. Tom Riddle's restoration was proceeding faster than anticipated. "You're sure you can't come for Christmas?" Ron asked for the 3rd time. "Mum says she's happy to have you. Percy's bringing his girlfriend, and the twins are planning something mental with indoor fireworks. My parents would kill me if I didn't come home for my first Christmas after starting Hogwarts," Harry said, with genuine regret. He would have enjoyed a Weasley Christmas in this timeline, but he had work to do. Hermione looked up from her book, Hogwarts, a history, naturally. "What are your parents like, Harry? You never really talk about them. The question hit harder than expected. Harry forced himself to think about the James and Lily of this timeline, not the parents he'd lost as a baby. Dad's an Auror, loves Quidditch, tells terrible jokes. Mum works in the Department of Experimental Charms, probably where I get the potions thing from. He paused, then added truthfully, they're brilliant. Still can't quite believe they're real sometimes. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look that suggested they found this last comment odd. But before they could pursue it, the compartment door slid open. Draco Malfoy stood there, flanked as always by Crabbe and Goyle. Though in this timeline, they seemed more like actual friends than bodyguards. Potter, Draco said, his tone neutral. My father wanted me to pass along season's greetings to your family. Thanks, Malfoy. Same to yours, Harry replied carefully. The Malfoy family's position in this timeline was delicate, still influential, but without the dark mark to define their allegiances. Lucius Malfoy was simply an ambitious politician with questionable ethics, but no genocidal agenda. Draco hesitated, then added. He also mentioned that if you're interested in advanced flying techniques, the Malfoy estate has an excellent pitch. You're welcome to visit during the holidays. Before Harry could respond, Draco had already left. Ron made a face. That was weird. Since when does Malfoy invite people over? Since his father wants something, Hermione said shrewdly. The question is what? Harry filed the invitation away for future consideration. It could be innocent, Lucius courting, the Potter family's political influence. Or it could be something more sinister. The 3 anomalous sites his surveillance had detected had grown to 7 over the past months, and one was uncomfortably close to Wiltshire. Platform 9, 3/4, was crowded with families reuniting for the holidays. Harry spotted his parents immediately. James's messy hair was unmistakable, and Lily's red hair caught the light like fire. The joy on their faces when they saw him made his chest tight with emotion. Harry, Lily pulled him into a fierce hug that smelled of jasmine and home. We've missed you so much. Your letters were wonderful, but it's not the same. James ruffled his hair with practiced ease. Youngest seeker in a century, if McGonagall hadn't banned first years from trying out. I'm so proud of you, son. Harry had to blink back tears that had nothing to do with his cover story. Missed you too, he managed. The journey home to Godric's Hollow was filled with questions about Hogwarts, his classes, his friends. Harry answered honestly where he could, crafting careful half-truths where necessary. Yes, Snape was strict but fair. No, he hadn't gotten into too much trouble. Yes, Hermione was brilliant and slightly terrifying. The cottage looked exactly as it had in his dreams, warm, welcoming, lived in. The Christmas tree was already up in the living room, enchanted to snow gently without making anything wet. Family photos lined the mantelpiece, including several of Harry at various ages that made him dizzy with the impossibility of it all. "Your room's just as you left it," Lily said, floating his trunk up the stairs with a casual flick of her wand. "Though I did clean up those experimental potion ingredients you left under the bed. Honestly, Harry, Newt spleens. His bedroom was a fascinating glimpse into who Harry Potter might have been with parents. Quidditch posters covered one wall, while another held a detailed map of the known wizarding world marked with colored pins. A desk by the window was cluttered with books, half-finished projects, and what looked like an attempt to build a better sneakoscope. Harry spent the first evening simply being with his parents, luxuriating in the impossible normalcy of it all. James showed him a new aura defensive technique that's definitely not in your textbooks yet. Lily helped him with his potions essay, gently correcting his deliberate mistakes while sharing stories about her own school days. It wasn't until the next day that Harry could implement his real plan for the holidays. "Mum, Dad," he said over breakfast, trying to sound casual. "Would it be okay if I went to Diagon Alley today? I want to get Christmas presents for Ron and Hermione." "On your own." Lily looked uncertain. "I'll be careful," Harry promised. "Just flourish and blots, maybe quality Quidditch supplies. I'll use the emergency portkey if anything happens." James and Lily exchanged one of those wordless parent conversations that involved a lot of meaningful looks. Finally, James nodded. "All right, but stay on the main street and be back by 4. Harry agreed quickly before they could change their minds. An hour later, he was walking through the leaky cauldron, but his destination wasn't Diagon Alley. The night bus responded to his summons immediately, and Harry paid the fare to London's East End. The warehouse district was largely deserted on a Saturday morning, which suited his purposes perfectly. He cast notice-me-not charms as he walked, following the magical traces his surveillance mirror had detected. The warehouse itself looked abandoned from the outside, but Harry's enhanced senses detected powerful concealment charms layered over the structure. He circled the building carefully, knotting the ward anchors and identifying potential weak points. This wasn't the work of Tom Riddle himself. The magical signature was different, younger, less refined. A follower, then. Someone preparing a site for their master's use. Harry was debating whether to risk a closer investigation when he heard footsteps. He pressed himself against the wall, disillusioned, as 2 figures approached the warehouse. One was a young woman he didn't recognize, but the other made his blood run cold. Barty Crouch Jr. walked with the confident stride of someone who had never been caught, never been sent to Azkaban, never been kissed by a Dementor. In this timeline, he was simply a brilliant young wizard who had graduated from Hogwarts 5 years ago with top marks and a disturbing interest in dark arts theory. "The preparations are nearly complete," the woman was saying. "The essence condensers will be ready by the solstice." "And our contact at Hogwarts?" Barty asked. monitoring the wards as instructed. If anyone discovers the focal object, we'll know immediately. They entered the warehouse through a concealed entrance, and Harry had to make a quick decision. Following them inside would be incredibly risky, but the information could be invaluable. In the end, caution won. He had learned what he needed. Tom Riddle had agents in position, and they were planning something for the winter solstice, less than a week away. Harry made it back to Diagon Alley with time to spare, actually purchasing the gifts he'd claimed to be shopping for. An advanced arithmancy text for Hermione, with hidden notes in the margins about magical theory that wouldn't be discovered for another decade. And a Chudley Cannon's keeper's gloves for Ron, charmed for extra grip, though nothing that would be detected as cheating. That evening, as the Potter family decorated Christmas cookies, a charmingly Muggle tradition that Lily insisted on Harry carefully brought up the subject he'd been avoiding. Dad, in your aura work, do you ever deal with people trying to bring back lost magic? Old family magic that's been dormant. James looked up from the snit-shaped cookie he was icing. Sometimes. Why do you ask? Just something I read in the library about how some magical essences can be preserved and restored later. It sounded fascinating, but also kind of dangerous. His parents exchanged another look. It is dangerous, Lily said carefully. Magic that's been separated from its source tends to change, become unstable. People who try to reclaim lost power often end up worse off than they started. Or dead, James added bluntly. The department's been seeing an uptick in those cases lately. Nothing major, just concerning. Harry's heart raced, but he kept his voice steady. Really? Like what? Can't discuss active cases, sport, James said with an apologetic smile. But let's just say some people never learn that power grabbed is never as strong as power earned. The conversation moved on to lighter topics, but Harry had confirmed another piece of the puzzle. The Aurors were aware of the situation, at least peripherally. The question was whether they understood the true scope of the threat. 3 days before Christmas, Harry implemented the next phase of his plan. He told his parents he was going flying in the nearby meadow, a regular activity for him in this timeline. Instead, he apparated to Oxford, a skill that should have been impossible for an 11-year-old, but came naturally to someone with decades of experience. The city's magical district was smaller than London's, but no less fascinating. Hidden between two colleges was a small community of wizarding shops and residences, protected by centuries-old charms. Harry made his way to Magdalen College, where Tom Riddle had been quietly building his power base. The college looked normal from the outside, but Harry could feel the dark magic radiating from within like heat from a forge. Whatever Riddle was doing here, it was big. The magical resonance suggested multiple ritual circles, essence extraction, and worst of all, the distinctive signature of soul magic, not Horcruxes, but something related. Harry was documenting the ward structure when he felt it, a presence, ancient and malevolent, turning its attention toward him. Tom Riddle might only be at 20% power, but his magical senses were still formidable. Harry disapparated immediately, his heart pounding. That had been too close. He returned home to find an owl waiting a Christmas card from Hermione with a postscript that made him smile. P.S. I looked up those theorems you mentioned about magical essence preservation. You're right. The applications for protective charms are fascinating, though I can't find any references to the Peverell principle you cited. Could you send me the source? Trust Hermione to catch his deliberate breadcrumb. Harry penned a quick reply, suggesting she look into pre-1850 texts on temporal magic theory, knowing it would send her down a research rabbit hole that might prove useful later. Christmas Eve arrived with a fresh snowfall and the warm glow of family celebration. The Potters had a tradition of opening one present on Christmas Eve, and Harry was touched to receive a two-way mirror from his parents. So you can call home whenever you need us, Lily explained. That night, as his parents slept, Harry stood by his bedroom window, watching the snow fall on Godric's Hollow. In 5 days, Tom Riddle would attempt something significant. The essence condensers, the solstice timing, the soul magic signatures, it all pointed to a major restoration ritual. Harry had two choices: warn the Aurors and risk exposing his own impossible knowledge, or handle it himself and risk everything on his ability to stop Riddle with only a fraction of his former power available. As a shooting star streaked across the winter sky, Harry made his decision. He'd spent 50 years as Professor Peverell learning patience, subtlety, the long game. But sometimes the direct approach was necessary. He would stop the ritual. And if that meant revealing to Tom Riddle that his old enemy had returned, so be it. After all, it was Christmas, a time for miracles, reunion, and the settling of old debts. Harry smiled grimly and began to plan. The war that never was had just found its first battlefield. Chapter 24. The Philosopher's Stone and Hidden Truths. The second term at Hogwarts began with an electric tension in the air that had nothing to do with the winter storms battering the castle. Harry's intervention during the winter solstice had been successful, the ritual disrupted, the warehouse destroyed, Barty Crouch Jr. in ministry custody, but it had come at a cost. Tom Riddle now knew someone was actively working against him. You seem distracted, Hermione observed during their first transfiguration lesson back. Did something happen over the holidays? Harry carefully transformed his beetle into a button, deliberately leaving one antenna visible. Just family stuff. Dad had a tough case over Christmas. It wasn't entirely a lie. James had been called in to investigate the warehouse explosion, and Harry had spent an uncomfortable evening listening to his father puzzle over the sophisticated magic used in the attack. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were targeting, James had said. This wasn't random vigilantism. Now, back at Hogwarts, Harry found himself walking a tighter line than ever. The focal object near Quirrell's office had vanished, moved, or destroyed. He couldn't tell, but new magical signatures were appearing throughout the castle. Someone was testing the wards, looking for weaknesses. It was during a late January evening in the library that Harry stumbled upon an unexpected piece of the puzzle. He'd been researching historical texts on essence preservation when Hermione appeared at his table, carrying an armload of books. "Harry, I've been thinking about what you said regarding magical essence theory," she began without preamble, setting the books down with a thump. "These pre-1850 texts you mentioned, I found references to something called the Philosopher's Stone being used not just for gold and immortality, but for essence restoration." Harry's blood ran cold. In the original timeline, Voldemort had sought the stone for immortality. But if Tom Riddle discovered its potential for restoring his full magical power, "That's interesting," Harry managed. "But the stone's just a legend, isn't it?" Hermione gave him the look she reserved for people being deliberately obtuse. "Harry, we're at Hogwarts. Half the legends here are real. And according to alchemy, ancient art and science by Arsenius Jigger, Nicholas Flamel is not only real, but still alive." She had no idea how right she was. Harry remembered his correspondence with Flamel as Professor Peverell. The ancient alchemist had been fascinated by the theoretical applications of temporal magic to alchemical processes. "Even if Flamel exists," Harry said carefully, "why would his stone be anywhere near here?" "That's just it," Hermione said, lowering her voice. "I overheard Professor McGonagall talking to Professor Flitwick. They've increased security on the third-floor corridor, the one Dumbledore warned us about at the start of term. What if the stone is here?" Harry finished, his mind racing. But why? In this timeline, without Voldemort's threat, what would motivate Dumbledore to bring such a powerful artifact to Hogwarts? "Unless I need to check something," Harry said abruptly. "Can you cover for me if anyone asks?" Hermione frowned. "Harry, what?" But he was already gone, leaving a confused Hermione surrounded by books on alchemy and essence theory. Harry made his way to the third-floor corridor, careful to avoid Filch and the patrolling professors. The supposedly forbidden corridor was protected by sophisticated wards, but nothing that could stop someone with decades of curse-breaking experience. He slipped through the defenses like smoke, pausing only when he reached the door at the end of the hall. Beyond it, he could sense powerful magic, layered protections that bore the magical signatures of multiple professors. But underneath it all was something else, something that made his scar prickle with phantom pain. The Philosopher's Stone was here, and it had been modified. Working quickly, Harry cast diagnostic spells that would have impressed even Bill Weasley. The stone's aura was unmistakable, but intertwined with it were enchantments he recognized from his studies as Professor Peverell, essence-binding spells, magical restoration matrices, and most disturbing of all, a temporal anchor that suggested someone was planning to use the stone for more than just immortality. A footstep behind him made Harry spin around, wand raised, only to find himself face to face with Albus Dumbledore. "Good evening, Harry," the headmaster said calmly, as if finding first-year students breaking into forbidden corridors was perfectly normal. "I must admit, I expected someone to investigate, but I rather thought it would be Tom." Harry's mind went blank. "Professor." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but there was steel behind the grandfatherly facade. "Come now, Harry. Or should I say, Professor Peverell, did you really think you could hide the touch of temporal magic from someone who has studied it for over a century?" The corridor seemed to spin around Harry. His carefully constructed cover, months of deception, all crumbling in an instant. "How long have you known?" Harry asked quietly, dropping all pretense. "Since the moment you were sorted," Dumbledore replied. "The hat and I have an understanding. It tells me when it encounters minds that don't quite fit their apparent age. Your mind, Harry, is a fascinating paradox. 11 years old and 60 simultaneously. 2 timelines woven into one consciousness. Quite remarkable, really." Harry's wand remained steady, though he knew it was useless against Dumbledore. "If you've known all along, why haven't I exposed you? My dear boy, why would I stop someone trying to prevent Tom Riddle's return to power?" Dumbledore's expression grew serious. "I've been monitoring Tom's activities for years. Brilliant student, exceptional wizard, but I always sensed the darkness in him. When he began researching essence preservation in his final years at Oxford, I knew we would face this eventually. Then the stone is bait," Dumbledore confirmed. "Modified bait, designed to appear capable of restoring lost magical essence, while actually creating a traceable magical signature in anyone who attempts to use it. Tom has been careful, working through intermediaries, but eventually his desperation will drive him to act directly." Harry lowered his wand slowly. "You're using the stone as a trap, as are you using your apparent youth as camouflage," Dumbledore observed. "We are not so different. You and I, both of us wearing masks, playing roles, all in service of preventing a dark future." They stood in silence for a moment before Harry asked, "What gave me away? Besides the hat, I mean. What made you certain?" Dumbledore smiled. "Several things. Your spellwork, while deliberately clumsy, shows an underlying elegance that takes decades to develop. Your eyes carry the weight of victories and losses no child should know. But mostly, it was your reaction to the mirror of Arist." Harry remembered that night, seeing himself as Professor Peverell, surrounded by all those he'd saved. "You were watching. I watch everyone who finds the mirror. Most see simple desires, fame, family, love. You saw duty fulfilled, a task completed. Only someone who has lived a full life and found it wanting could see such a thing. So what happens now? Harry asked, tension coiling in his chest. Now we work together, Dumbledore said simply. You have knowledge of Tom's methods and motivations that I lack. I have resources and authority you need. Between us, perhaps we can prevent the war you've already fought once. Harry studied the old wizard's face, searching for deception and finding only sincere determination. And my secret remains exactly that, though I might suggest you be more careful. Young Miss Granger is exceptionally intelligent, and your dropped hints about advanced magical theory are leading her toward conclusions that might be difficult to explain. Despite everything, Harry found himself smiling. She always was too clever for her own good. Indeed. Now, shall we discuss how best to use Tom's interest in the stone to our advantage? I have some ideas, but I suspect your unique perspective might improve upon them. As they walked back through the castle together, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. For months, he'd been fighting alone, keeping secrets from everyone. Now, finally, he had an ally who understood the true stakes. Professor, Harry said, as they reached the corridor where they would part ways. In my timeline, you once told me that help would always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with interest. Did I? How wonderfully consistent of me. And did you ask for help? Not nearly enough, Harry admitted. Then perhaps, Dumbledore said gently, this time will be different. As Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, his mind was already working through the implications. With Dumbledore as an aware ally, their options expanded dramatically. They could be more aggressive in countering Riddle's moves, more strategic in their preparations, but it also meant the game had changed. If Dumbledore knew, who else might have noticed inconsistencies in his behavior? And how long before Tom Riddle himself realized that his opposition wasn't just some mysterious adversary, but an old enemy returned? The war that never was had just gained its first general. Harry only hoped it would be enough. In his dormitory that night, Harry updated his journal with new urgency. Day 127, cover partially blown. AD knows everything, has known from the start. Stone confirmed as trap for TR. New alliance formed, but also new vulnerabilities. If AD could see through the deception, TR might too. Must accelerate timeline. Note, Hermione approaching dangerous conclusions. Need to either redirect her research or bring her in partially. Full truth still too dangerous. Priority. Work with AD to refine stone trap. TR's desperation growing, warehouse loss will force his hand soon. When he comes for the stone, we'll be ready. The old war has become a new game. Pieces are moving. The board is set. Let Tom Riddle come. This time, we're not playing defense. Chapter 25, The Price of Knowledge. February brought with it a series of increasingly bold moves from Tom Riddle's network. 3 attempted breaches of Gringotts' lower vaults. A break-in at the Department of Mysteries that was hushed up so quickly even James Potter only heard rumors. And most concerning, the disappearance of Caractacus, Burke from Borgin and Burke's, a wizard known for his expertise in dark artifacts and essence transference. Harry sat in Dumbledore's office, watching the silver instruments whir and spin as they tracked magical disturbances across Britain. It had become a weekly routine, these clandestine meetings disguised as detentions for minor infractions. "He's getting desperate," Harry observed, studying the pattern of activities marked on Dumbledore's enchanted map. These aren't the moves of someone playing a long game. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed, offering Harry a sherbet lemon. Our disruption of his winter solstice ritual cost him more than just resources. According to my sources, the magical backlash damaged several of his essence containers. He's now working with perhaps 15% of his original power rather than the 20% he'd achieved, which makes him more dangerous, not less, Harry said. A cornered Tom Riddle is capable of anything. A knock at the door interrupted them. Dumbledore waved his wand, and Professor McGonagall entered, her expression stern. "Albus, we have a problem. The Granger girl has been in the restricted section again. Madame Pince caught her with Temporis Arcanum and the paradox of parallel souls." Harry's heart sank. Those were exactly the books that could lead Hermione to the truth about temporal displacement and consciousness merging. "I'll handle it," Harry said quickly. "She's my friend. Let me talk to her." McGonagall raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Potter, while your concern is admirable, this is a serious breach of—" "Minerva," Dumbledore interrupted gently. "I believe Harry may indeed be the best person to address this situation. Miss Granger's curiosity stems from questions he inadvertently raised. Perhaps he can guide that curiosity in a less dangerous direction." After McGonagall left, looking distinctly suspicious, Dumbledore fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. "You realize, of course, that Miss Granger's intellect makes her both a potential asset and a significant risk." "I know," Harry said quietly. "In my original timeline, she was instrumental in defeating Voldemort. But here, she lacks the personal stake that drove her to such heights. Yet her mind remains formidable." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. "The question is whether we can trust an 11-year-old with secrets that could reshape the wizarding world." Harry found Hermione in the common room, surrounded by notes and looking frustrated. Ron was attempting to distract her with chocolate frog cards, to little effect. "Hermione," Harry said carefully, "we need to talk, privately." She looked up, and Harry was struck by the intensity in her young eyes. "Yes," she said simply, "we do." They found an empty classroom, and Harry cast privacy charms that made Hermione's eyebrows rise. "Those are Newt-level spells." "I know," Harry said, deciding on partial honesty. Hermione, what exactly have you figured out? She pulled out a piece of parchment covered in her neat handwriting. You're not really 11 years old. Your magical knowledge is too advanced. Your reactions too practiced. You reference theories that won't be published for decades. And she hesitated, then forged ahead. I think you're from the future, or an alternate timeline. The books I've been reading suggest it's theoretically possible, and it would explain everything. Harry stared at her, once again amazed by her brilliance. In 3 months, with limited resources, she deduced what most adult wizards couldn't conceive of. If I said you were right, Harry said slowly, what would you do? Hermione's hands trembled slightly, but her voice was steady. Help you. Because if you've gone to this much trouble to hide your identity, it must be to prevent something terrible. Harry made a decision that would have horrified his younger self, but felt right to the professor he'd become. Not from the future, from a different past. A timeline where things went very, very wrong. He told her an edited version of the truth, Voldemort's rise, the war, the deaths. He left out his specific role and the details of his life as Professor Peverell. But he explained about Tom Riddle and the current threat. Hermione listened in silence, her face pale but determined. When he finished, she asked, how many people died? In your timeline? Thousands, Harry said quietly. Including your parents, targeted for being Muggles. Her intake of breath was sharp. And now, this Tom Riddle is trying to restore power he lost 50 years ago. If he succeeds, the war begins again. Different players, same darkness. Hermione stood abruptly and began packing. We need to stop him. You need help. You can't do this alone. Does Dumbledore know? Who else is involved? What's the plan? Despite the seriousness of the situation, Harry found himself smiling. This was the Hermione he remembered, brilliant, brave, and immediately focused on solutions. Dumbledore knows, Harry confirmed. We're working together. But Hermione, this knowledge is dangerous. If Riddle finds out you know, then we'd better make sure he doesn't, Hermione interrupted. I can help, Harry. Research, strategy, whatever you need. I won't let fear stop me from doing what's right. Over the next weeks, Hermione proved invaluable. Her fresh perspective on the situation led to several breakthroughs, including identifying a pattern in Riddle's movements that suggested he was searching for something specific, not just the Philosopher's Stone, but a second artifact. Look at these locations, she said one evening, showing Harry a map she'd annotated. They're all connected to Herpo the Foul. He wasn't just interested in Horcruxes. He experimented with essence division and recombination. Harry felt a chill. The anima schism. You know about it. Theoretical knowledge only. It was supposed to be a way to split one's magical core without damaging the sole temporary division for power amplification. But the texts were all destroyed in the 13th century. All but one, Hermione said triumphantly. there's a reference in Cantis Mystica to a copy hidden in Britain. If Riddle's looking for it, he could use it to rapidly reclaim his scattered essence, Harry finished. We need to find it first. Their search led them deep into Hogwarts' forgotten archives, accessible only through a series of riddles that tested both magical knowledge and logical thinking. It was there, in a chamber that hadn't been opened in centuries, that they found more than they bargained for. The room was filled with artifacts from Hogwarts' founding era, including a pensive that held memories from the founders themselves. But it was a simple journal that caught Harry's attention. Salazar Slytherin's personal notes on magical preservation. Harry, Hermione breathed, reading over his shoulder. This describes exactly what Riddle did to himself. Slytherin experimented with essence preservation, but abandoned it as too dangerous. A passage near the end made Harry's blood run cold. The ritual succeeds in preserving magical essence, but at a cost unforeseen. The preserved magic develops its own quasi-consciousness, a shadow of the original wizard's ambitions. Given sufficient time, this shadow can act independently, pursuing the goals most deeply embedded during preservation. I have destroyed my own preserved essence, but I fear others may not be so wise. His essence isn't just preserved, Harry said slowly. It's been acting on its own for 50 years, growing more focused on the goal he had when he created it, becoming the most powerful wizard alive. Which means, Hermione concluded, we're not just fighting Tom Riddle. We're fighting Tom Riddle plus 50 years of concentrated ambition, given semi-independent form. A crash echoed through the castle, followed by the wail of alarm wards. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances before racing toward the sound, journal clutched in Harry's hand. They emerged into chaos. The great doors of Hogwarts had been blasted open, and a figure stood silhouetted against the night, not Tom Riddle himself, but something worse. A construct of pure magical energy, shaped like a man, but crackling with barely contained power. The essence shadow, Hermione whispered. It's here for the stone, as professors rushed to respond, and students were herded to safety. Harry realized their carefully laid trap had just been turned against them. They'd prepared for Tom Riddle to come seeking the stone. They hadn't prepared for his magical essence to come seeking a host. The war that never was had just announced itself with thunder and fury at Hogwarts gates. And Harry Potter, 11 years old in body, but not in mind, stepped forward to face an enemy that shouldn't exist, a manifestation of ambition so pure it had transcended its creator's mortality. Stay with the other students, Harry told Hermione. Not a chance, she replied, drawing her wand. Together, they advanced into a battle that would redefine everything they thought they knew about magic, consciousness, and the price of power preserved beyond its time. Chapter 26, Shadow and Substance. The essence shadow moved through Hogwarts' entrance hall like a storm given form. Where it passed, Stone cracked, and mortar aged decades in seconds. The very air seemed to recoil from its presence, and Harry could feel the castle's ancient wards screaming in protest against this violation of natural law. Prefects, get the students to their dormitories. McGonagall's voice cut through the chaos. Professors, defensive positions. Harry grabbed Hermione's arm, pulling her behind a pillar, as a bolt of raw magic seared past them. We need to get to Dumbledore's office. The journal, he needs to see it. Through that, Hermione gestured at the magical battle erupting in the hall. Flitwick and Vector were already engaging the shadow, their spells creating a dazzling light show that did little to slow its advance. No, Harry said, thinking quickly. The passages come on. They slipped away from the main conflict. Harry leading them through a servants' corridor he remembered from his years as Professor Peverell. Behind them, they could hear the battle intensifying crashes, shouts, and an otherworldly keening that made Harry's teeth ache. Why isn't it affected by their spells? Hermione panted as they ran. Because it's not really here, Harry explained, taking a sharp left into a hidden staircase. It's a projection of preserved magical essence, like trying to fight a memory with a sword. They emerged on the 7th floor, only to find their path blocked by another manifestation of the shadow, smaller, less defined, but no less dangerous. Harry Potter, it spoke, its voice like whispers layered over screams. The boy who survived. How disappointing to find you so diminished. Harry's mind raced. The shadow knew him not from this timeline, but from traces of the original. Some echo of Voldemort's obsession had been preserved along with Riddle's essence. You're not Tom Riddle, Harry said, buying time while secretly casting protective charms around Hermione. You're just an echo, a magical construct following 50-year-old programming. The shadow laughed, a sound like breaking glass. I am intention given form, ambition distilled to its purest essence. I am what Tom Riddle would have become, without the weakness of flesh to hold him back. Weakness, Harry felt genuine disgust. You mean humanity. Precisely. The shadow raised what might have been a hand, dark energy gathering. Now step aside. The stone calls to me, and I will have. Luminous anima. The spell burst from Harry's wand before he consciously decided to cast it, a technique from his final years as Professor Peverell, designed specifically to combat essence-based entities. The shadow recoiled, its form wavering. For a moment, Harry saw through to its core, a writhing mass of preserved ambitions, desires, and fragments of memory, all twisted together into something that was no longer human. Impossible, the shadow hissed. That spell won't be invented for. It stopped, realizing what it had revealed. For decades, Harry smiled grimly. You're not the only one operating outside normal time, Tom. The shadow's form solidified, becoming more humanoid, more focused. Peverell, I should have known. Only you would be arrogant enough to meddle with time itself. Hermione gasped beside him, but Harry kept his attention on the threat. Hermione, run. Get to Dumbledore. Tell him the shadow has temporal awareness. It's accessing memories from multiple timelines. But, Gio, she fled, and Harry faced the shadow alone. It circled him slowly, like a predator sizing up prey. You destroyed my body, the shadow said conversationally. The vacuum's magic-y, ritual, elegant work, I admit. But you failed to understand the true nature of preserved essence. It learns, it grows, it adapts, and it remains bound by the limitations of its creator, Harry countered, nodding the shadow's careful distance. The luminous anima had hurt it more than it wanted to admit. Perhaps, but I have had 50 years to study those limitations, while you, the shadow gestured at Harry's young body. You have bound yourself to linear time, to a single form. How limiting. The attack came without warning, not a spell, but raw magical force that bypassed Harry's shields entirely. He screamed as foreign magic invaded his body, trying to tear apart the careful fusion of his two selves. Did you think I wouldn't recognize the signs? The shadow continued as Harry writhed. A consciousness split between timelines, held together by will alone. So fragile, so easy to unravel. Through the pain, Harry heard running footsteps. Dumbledore burst around the corner, Elder Wand already moving in complex patterns. The shadow was forced to divide its attention, giving Harry a moment to reassert control over his fracturing consciousness. Tom, Dumbledore said calmly, as if addressing a wayward student. This is not the path to restoration. Don't call me that, the shadow snarled. I have transcended such mundane identity. I am pure purpose, unfettered ambition. You are a fragment, Dumbledore corrected, seeking wholeness in all the wrong places. The stone cannot give you what you seek. Can't it? The shadow laughed again. You've modified it to trace anyone who uses it, yes. But what if the user has no physical form to trace? What if they exist purely as magical essence? Harry's blood ran cold as he understood. The trap they'd set assumed Riddle would come in person. But if the shadow absorbed the stone's power, it would become permanent, Harry said, struggling to his feet. A fully autonomous magical entity with the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Clever boy, the shadow approved. Your original timeline's Harry Potter was never so quick. Perhaps there's hope for this world, yet under proper guidance, of course. More professors arrived, Snape, Flitwick, even Quirrell looking terrified but determined. The shadow regarded them with amusement. How touching. The sheep rallied to defend their pen. But I have what I came for, confirmation that the stone is here, and knowledge of its protections. The shadow began to fade. I'll return when you least expect it. And Harry, do try to hold yourself together. It would be disappointing if you fell apart before our final confrontation. With that, it vanished, leaving only scorched stone and the lingering taste of ozone. In the aftermath, as Madame Pomfrey tended to the injured, and Dumbledore reinforced the castle's wards, Harry found himself in the headmaster's office once again. Hermione was there too, having refused to be sent away. "The journal changes everything," Dumbledore said, studying Slytherin's notes. "If the preserved essence has developed autonomous consciousness, it's not bound by Tom Riddle's current limitations," Harry finished. "It can act independently, make its own plans, adapt to circumstances he never foresaw. But it's still connected to him, right?" Hermione asked. The shadow mentioned being destroyed when Harry defeated Riddle in the original timeline. A sympathetic connection, Dumbledore mused. Damage to one affects the other, but they can act separately. Troubling. Harry rubbed his scar, not the famous lightning bolt, which in this timeline was just a minor childhood injury, but the invisible mark where the shadow's magic had tried to tear him apart. "It knows about my temporal displacement. If it tells Riddle, then we must ensure it has no opportunity," Dumbledore said firmly. "The stone remains our best chance to trap them both, but we need a new approach." Over the following weeks, they developed a more sophisticated plan. Using Slytherin's journal and Hermione's brilliant insights into magical theory, they modified the stone's trap to work on essence-based entities. Harry contributed knowledge from his future studies, while Dumbledore provided the power and skill to implement their designs. But even as they worked, Harry could feel the shadow's touch lingering in his magical core. It had planted something during their confrontation, not a curse, but a connection. Sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, he could sense its presence moving through Britain, gathering power, recruiting allies. "It's building an army," Harry told the others during one late-night planning session. "Not of people, but of preserved magical artifacts, enchanted objects. Anything with stored essence it can awaken and control. Then we need our own army," Hermione said practically. "Harry, in your timeline, who were the key fighters against Voldemort?" Harry hesitated. Many of those people were children now, or not yet born. Others, like Sirius and Remus, lived completely different lives without the war to shape them. "We can't recreate the Order of the Phoenix," he said finally. "This is a different war, against a different enemy. We need a new approach. Then we create something new," Dumbledore said. "Not an order, but a brotherhood. The Brotherhood of the Stone, perhaps, dedicated to preventing the shadow's amalgamation with permanent form." Harry thought of all the people who had died in his original timeline, who lived now because of his actions. Each of them owed their existence to the prevention of Voldemort's rise. Perhaps it was time to call in that debt. "I know where to start," Harry said. "But it will mean revealing more of the truth to more people. The shadow has already changed the game," Hermione pointed out. "Secrecy is less important than preparation now." As March turned to April, Harry began carefully recruiting. A letter to Amelia Bones, hinting at the true nature of the threat. A conversation with the elder Weasley boys about unusual magical disturbances. Careful words dropped to his parents about essence preservation and its dangers. The shadow had made a crucial error in revealing itself so dramatically. It had given them time to prepare, allies to gather, plans to refine. But Harry knew Tom Riddle's essence well enough to recognize this wasn't overconfidence. It was calculated risk. The shadow wanted them to prepare, wanted them to gather their forces, because when it returned, it wouldn't come alone. The war that never was had become something else entirely. A battle between human wizards and an entity that had transcended humanity's limitations, while embodying its worst ambitions. And at the center of it all, Harry Potter stood balanced between two timelines, two identities, preparing for a confrontation that would determine not just the fate of the wizarding world, but the very nature of magical existence itself. The game had evolved beyond anything he could have imagined. It was time to evolve with it. Chapter 27. The Brotherhood forms. The room of requirement had transformed itself into a war council chamber. A massive round table dominated the center, surrounded by chairs that seemed to shift and adjust to perfectly suit each occupant. Enchanted windows showed real-time views of key locations across Britain, while floating orbs displayed magical energy patterns that would have made the Department of Mysteries envious. Harry stood at the table's edge, watching as their newly formed brotherhood assembled. It was a strange mix, seasoned aurors sitting next to seventh-year students, department officials beside shop owners from Diagon Alley. Each person here had been carefully chosen, vetted not just for their magical ability, but for their capacity to accept the impossible. "Thank you all for coming," Dumbledore began, his voice carrying easily through the room. "What you're about to learn will challenge everything you believe about magic, time, and possibility itself." James and Lily Potter sat near the front, their faces serious. Harry had finally told them a partial truth, that he'd been affected by a temporal anomaly that gave him knowledge of possible futures. They'd accepted it with the pragmatism of war-tested aurors, though Harry caught his mother studying him, sometimes with eyes that saw too much. 3 months ago, Dumbledore continued, an entity attacked Hogwarts. Not a wizard, not a creature, but something unprecedented, a magical essence given autonomous form. Amelia Bones leaned forward. The official report called it an unidentified magical phenomenon. The official report lied, Dumbledore said simply. What attacked us was the preserved magical essence of Tom Riddle, separated from his physical form 50 years ago, and evolved beyond its original parameters. The room erupted in questions, which Dumbledore weathered patiently before continuing the explanation. Harry watched the faces around the table shock, disbelief, growing understanding, and finally, determination. "So this shadow," Bill Weasley said slowly, "it's trying to merge with the Philosopher's Stone to become permanently corporeal." "More than that," Harry interjected, drawing all eyes. "It wants to become a new form of magical life, immortal, immutable, and powerful beyond anything we've seen. And you know this how exactly?" Alistair Moody fixed Harry with his magical eye. "Bit advanced for a first year, isn't it?" This was the moment Harry had dreaded. He glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded slightly. "Because I've fought Tom Riddle before," Harry said quietly. "In a timeline that no longer exists." The silence that followed was deafening. Then Hermione stood, moving to stand beside Harry in clear support. "It's real," she said firmly. "I've seen the evidence, done the research. Temporal displacement, consciousness merge, retained memories from alternate timelines. It's all theoretically possible and practically proven by Harry's existence." "You're saying," James said slowly, his face pale, "that my son is—" "What? From the future?" "From a different past," Harry corrected, meeting his father's eyes. "One where Voldemort rose to power, where you and Mum died protecting me, where I spent 17 years fighting a war that killed thousands." Lily's hand found James's, gripping tight. "But you prevented it." "I changed the timeline," Harry confirmed. "Stopped Voldemort before he could rise. But the method I used, the Vacuus Magicae ritual, it preserved Riddle's magical essence instead of destroying it. And now, that essence has become something worse than Voldemort ever was." The questions came fast after that. Harry answered what he could, assisted by Hermione's research and Dumbledore's explanations. Slowly, disbelief gave way to acceptance, and acceptance to planning. "We need to understand our enemy," Kingsley Shacklebolt said, conjuring a tactical board. "This shadow, what are its capabilities?" "Limitations. It can possess and animate objects with latent magical signatures," Harry began, drawing on his encounters. "It's immune to most direct spells, but vulnerable to essence-based magic. It has access to Tom Riddle's memories up to the point of separation, plus 50 years of independent evolution, and it's building a network," Hermione added, pulling out charts she'd prepared. "We've tracked increased activity at these locations, all sites of historical magical significance. The Brotherhood spent hours developing strategies, dividing into specialized teams. The Weasley twins, despite being only third years, proved invaluable in designing detection devices for essence-based entities. Amelia Bones coordinated with trusted members of the DMLE to monitor Riddle's human agents. Even Severus Snape, initially skeptical, contributed his expertise in protective potions that could shield against essence invasion. But it was a comment from Neville Longbottom, invited at Harry's insistence, despite being a first year, that changed everything. "If the shadow can possess objects," Neville said hesitantly, "couldn't we trap it in something? Like a magical cage?" The room fell silent as the implications sank in. A soul jar in reverse, Snape breathed. Instead of containing a fragment of soul in an object, we contain the entire essence construct. It would need to be voluntary, Dumbledore mused. The shadow would have to enter the container willingly. Then we make it irresistible, Harry said, his mind racing. Something it wants more than the stone itself. Over the following weeks, the Brotherhood worked in shifts to create their trap. Using principles from Slytherin's journal, combined with modern ward theory and Harry's future knowledge, they crafted something unprecedented, a crystalline matrix that could theoretically contain any magical essence, no matter how powerful. But they needed bait, something the shadow would desire above all else. The answer came from an unexpected source. Luna Lovegood, whose father published the Quibbler, sent Harry a letter despite being only 10 years old. Her unique perception had noticed something others missed. The shadow wasn't just seeking power, but completion. It was fundamentally incomplete, a fragment trying to become whole. We offer it what Tom Riddle himself can't, Harry explained to the Brotherhood. Not just restoration, but evolution. The chance to become what it's always believed it should be, the perfect magical being. Creating the false evolutionary matrix took all their combined skills. Dumbledore provided the power, the unspeakables the theoretical framework, Harry the future knowledge, and Hermione the crucial insight that tied it all together. The result was a construct of such complexity that it seemed almost alive, a chrysalis of pure magical potential. They placed it in a newly constructed chamber deep beneath Hogwarts, surrounded by the strongest wards the Brotherhood could devise. Then they waited. The shadow took the bait on May 2nd, a date that made Harry shiver with recognition. In his original timeline, this had been the date of the Battle of Hogwarts. The entity came not with storm and fury as before, but sliding through the wards like smoke. It had learned, adapted, evolved. Harry watched through monitoring charms as it approached the false matrix, circling it with predatory interest. Clever, the shadow's voice echoed through the chamber. Very clever. But did you think I wouldn't recognize a trap? Harry's heart sank. But then the shadow continued. The question is whether the trap is more dangerous than the opportunity it presents. This matrix, it could work. It could give me what I seek. The shadow extended tendrils of essence toward the construct, testing, probing. The Brotherhood held their breath as weeks of work hung in the balance. Then, in a moment of supreme arrogance that was purely Tom Riddle, the shadow entered the matrix. The trap snapped shut with a sound like reality tearing. The shadow's scream of rage shook the entire castle as it realized the truth. The evolutionary matrix was real, but it was also a prison designed to contain while promising forever unfulfilled potential. But even as the Brotherhood celebrated, Harry felt a chill. Something was wrong. The containment was holding, but the shadow wasn't fighting it as hard as it should. Unless it wanted to be caught, Hermione said, voicing Harry's fear. The answer came in a message delivered by an innocuous-looking owl. Tom Riddle himself, the human version, had sent a single line: "Thank you for containing my inferior self. Now, the real work can begin." Harry stared at the message, understanding dawning with horrible clarity. They'd been played. The shadow had been a distraction, a sacrifice. While they'd focused on containing it, Tom Riddle had completed his own restoration. "He used us," Harry said numbly. The shadow was never meant to succeed. It was meant to teach him what not to do. The war that never was had just entered its next phase. And Tom Riddle, now operating at full power, with 50 years of his shadow's accumulated knowledge, had outmaneuvered them all. But as Harry looked around the room at the Brotherhood, witches and wizards united across age and background by purpose, he felt hope kindle. They'd been tricked, yes, but they'd also proven they could work together, could create things previously thought impossible. "So we've captured his discarded prototype," Moody growled. "That still gives us intelligence on his methods. And we have something he doesn't," Dumbledore added quietly. "We have each other." Harry nodded, his resolve hardening. Tom Riddle might be restored, but he'd also revealed his hand. The shadow's memories, now trapped in their matrix, could tell them everything about Riddle's 50 years of planning. The real war was just beginning. But this time, Harry wasn't facing it alone. This time, they were ready. Chapter 28. The True Tom Riddle. The abandoned Riddle Manor in Little Hangleton had been transformed into a fortress of dark magic. Where once a decaying mansion had stood, now rose a structure that seemed to exist partially outside normal space, walls that shifted when not directly observed. Rooms that were larger inside than the building could contain, and corridors that led to different destinations, depending on who walked them. Harry stood with a strike team of the Brotherhood in the pre-dawn darkness, studying the defenses through omnioculars. Beside him, his father checked his aura equipment with practiced efficiency, while Moody muttered detection spells under his breath. "The wards are unlike anything in the Ministry database," Kingsley reported quietly. "It's as if he's combining modern techniques with something much older. Essence architecture," Harry said, recognizing patterns from his studies as Professor Peverell. "He's using his restored magic to reshape reality on a fundamental level. The manor isn't just protected, it's been transformed into an extension of his will." 3 weeks had passed since they'd trapped the shadow. 3 weeks of increasingly bold moves by the restored Tom Riddle. He'd recruited followers not through ideology or fear, but by offering them something irresistible: magical enhancement. Witches and wizards who joined him found their power increased, their limitations removed. The cost, hidden in the fine print of the enhancement ritual, was a portion of their free will. "Remember," Moody growled to the team, "we're not here to confront Riddle directly. This is reconnaissance only. Get in, gather intelligence, Get out. Harry nodded, though he suspected Riddle wouldn't make it that simple. The man had sent them that mocking thank you note for a reason. He wanted them to come. They approached through the graveyard where, in another timeline, Voldemort had been resurrected. Here, the headstones bore different names, different dates, but the sense of wrongness was the same. The very air felt thick with dark magic. Harry, James whispered, "Are you sure about this? You're still 11 years old in body only," Harry finished. "Dad, I need to be here. I know how he thinks better than anyone." It was Hermione who spotted the first trap. A subtle variation in the ward pattern that would have triggered a lethal curse. Her months of intensive study had given her an almost instinctive understanding of magical theory. "He's mixing traditions," she murmured, directing them around the danger. Egyptian essence preservation, Norse soul binding, something that looks almost like ancient Chinese five-element theory. The shadow's memories, Harry realized. 50 years of accumulated magical knowledge from around the world. He's had access to it all. They entered through what had once been the servants' entrance, now a gaping maw that seemed to breathe with malevolent life. Inside, the manor defied all architectural logic. Stairs led up and down simultaneously. Doors opened onto rooms that couldn't exist in the same space. And throughout it all, a presence watched, not hostile, but amused. "Welcome," Tom Riddle's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. "I was wondering when you'd accept my invitation." The team tensed, wands at ready, but no attack came. "Harry Potter," the voice continued conversationally. "Or should I say Professor Peverell? Yes, I know all about your temporal displacement. My shadow self was quite informative before you so kindly contained it." "Show yourself, Riddle," Moody demanded. "All in good time, Alistair. First, I thought Harry might appreciate a tour. After all, he's the only one here who truly understands what I've accomplished." The walls began to shift, herding them deeper into the manor. They could have fought it, but Harry sensed this was what they'd come for information. He nodded to the others to play along. They were led to what might have been a ballroom, now transformed into a vast chamber filled with floating geometric patterns of pure magic. At its center stood Tom Riddle, not the snake-faced monster Harry remembered, but a man in his 30s, handsome and terrible, power radiating from him like heat from a forge. "Magnificent, isn't it?" Riddle gestured to the patterns around him. "The shadow you trapped was crude, driven by base ambition. But its memories showed me the truth. Magic itself can evolve. Why remain bound by human limitations when we can become something greater?" "At what cost?" Harry stepped forward, ignoring his father's protective grab. "Your followers, you're stealing their free will. Sharing it," Riddle corrected. "They become part of something larger, a collective magical consciousness, with me as its guiding intelligence. Eventually, all magical beings will join willingly. We'll transcend the petty divisions that have held us back for centuries. You mean you'll control everyone? Hermione said with disgust. Riddle's laugh was genuinely amused. Miss Granger, in another timeline, you were instrumental in my defeat. Here, you could be instrumental in humanity's elevation. Your intellect would be a valuable addition to the collective. I'll pass, Hermione said flatly. Pity, Riddle turned back to Harry. You understand, don't you? You've experienced the joining of two consciousnesses, felt the expansion of possibility. Imagine that magnified 1,000-fold. I've also felt the struggle to maintain individual identity, Harry countered. What you're offering isn't evolution, it's the death of personhood. Is it? Riddle waved his hand, and the magical patterns rearranged themselves into a complex mandala. Let me show you what I've discovered. The Shadow spent 50 years exploring the theoretical limits of magic. It found something extraordinary. Magic itself is conscious. Every spell we cast, every ward we raise, adds to an underlying magical field that connects all practitioners. Despite himself, Harry was intrigued. This aligned with theories he'd encountered in his final years as Professor Peverell. The collective I'm building, Riddle continued, isn't destroying individual consciousness. It's connecting us directly to that magical field. We become conduits for magic itself, unlimited by personal power or knowledge, and conveniently under your control. Moody spat. Someone must guide the process, Riddle said with a shrug. Would you prefer chaos, or perhaps committee leadership? His tone dripped sarcasm. Harry studied the magical patterns, his enhanced senses picking up details others might miss. There was truth in what Riddle was saying, but also a fundamental flaw. You're wrong, Harry said quietly. Magic is conscious, yes, but it's not meant to be channeled through a single focal point. You're trying to become a god, Tom, and magic itself will reject you. Riddle's expression darkened. You think your limited experience gives you the right to judge. I've seen possibilities you can't imagine. I've seen the end result of your ambitions, Harry shot back. A world of fear and death. Different methods, same outcome. Then perhaps, Riddle said softly, dangerously, a demonstration is in order. The attack came without warning, not a spell, but a wave of pure magical force that bypassed shields entirely. The Brotherhood members cried out as foreign magic invaded their minds, offering visions of power, connection, belonging. Join us, it whispered. Become more than you are. Harry felt it too, but his dual consciousness gave him an anchor. He pushed back, not with magic, but with will, remembering who he was, both Harry Potter and Professor Peverell. Neither, and both, unique and individual. Fascinating, Riddle murmured, watching Harry resist. Your temporal fusion has created something unexpected. You're naturally what I'm trying to achieve artificially, a multidimensional magical consciousness, which is why I know it doesn't work the way you think, Harry gasped, helping Hermione shake off the mental invasion. The balance is too delicate. Try to expand it to hundreds, thousands. It'll collapse, taking everyone connected with it. Theoretical concerns, Riddle dismissed. I've run the calculations, based on the shadow's memories. The same shadow that failed to predict its own imprisonment. Harry laughed bitterly. You're so convinced of your superiority that you can't see the flaws in your own plan. Riddle's composure cracked slightly. Then enlighten me, O wise time traveler. What have I missed? Harry straightened, meeting those cold eyes directly. Love. The word hung in the air like a challenge. Several Brotherhood members looked confused, but Riddle's expression showed he understood. The connection you're forcing is based on power and control, Harry continued. But real magical connections, the kind that transcend individual limitations, they're based on voluntary bonds. Love, friendship, loyalty. Things you've never understood. Sentiment, Riddle scoffed. But there was uncertainty in his voice now. The force that let my mother save me with her death, Harry said. The power that let me and Hermione work in perfect magical synchronization without any ritual. The bond that makes a Patronus possible. You can't replicate that with forced consciousness merger. The magical patterns around them flickered, responding to the philosophical conflict. For a moment, Harry saw doubt in Tom Riddle's eyes. Then the moment passed, and Riddle's expression hardened. Pretty words, but power is what shapes reality. Observe. He gestured, and the manor itself seemed to come alive. Walls became tentacles, floors turned to quicksand, and the air itself grew thick as honey. The Brotherhood fought back, but they were outmatched not by Riddle alone, but by the accumulated power of all those he'd already absorbed into his collective. G.O., Harry shouted, throwing up shields to buy time. Everyone out. The retreat was chaotic, fighting through a building that actively opposed them. They lost 2 members, not killed, but absorbed, their eyes going blank as they joined Riddle's collective. The survivors burst out into dawn light, gasping and shaken. Merlin James breathed, pulling Harry close. That was a preview, Harry finished grimly. He wanted us to see what he's capable of. He's declaring war. As they regrouped at a safe distance, Harry felt the weight of what they'd learned. Riddle wasn't just powerful. He was building something that could fundamentally change the nature of magic itself. And he had just enough truth mixed with his lies to make it appealing to those who didn't understand the cost. We need a new strategy, Moody said heavily. Direct confrontation is suicide. No, Harry said, his mind racing. We need the right kind of confrontation. Tom just gave us the key. He doesn't understand love as a magical force. That's our advantage. You're suggesting we fight him with the power of love. Kingsley sounded skeptical. I'm suggesting, Harry said, thinking of prophecies and sacrifices, and the magic that had saved him once before, that we remind the wizarding world what they're fighting for. Not against Tom Riddle's collective, but for the individual connections that make us human. the war that never was had become something neither timeline had predicted, a battle for the very soul of magic itself. And Harry Potter, balanced between two timelines, carrying memories of love's ultimate triumph, began to plan how to win it, not through power, but through the bonds that power alone could never break. Chapter 29. The Power of Connection. The great hall had been transformed into a sanctuary. Where once long tables divided the houses, now circular arrangements encouraged mingling. Protective wards, woven with threads of positive emotion, shimmered like aurora borealis across the enchanted ceiling. And at the heart of it all, a new kind of magic was being taught, not spells or potions, but connection itself. The patroness charm, Harry addressed the assembled students and Brotherhood members, is just the beginning. What we're developing goes deeper, magical bonds strengthened by genuine emotion, voluntary connections that can't be forcibly severed or absorbed. It had been 2 months since the confrontation at Riddle Manor. 2 months of watching Tom Riddle's influence spread like a virus through the magical community. The ministry was in chaos, with employees disappearing only to return with blank eyes and enhanced powers, recruiting others to join the collective. Already, nearly a quarter of magical Britain had been absorbed, but Harry had a plan born from the convergence of his 2 timelines' knowledge. In my original timeline, he continued, Voldemort was defeated not by superior force, but by a magic he couldn't understand, my mother's sacrificial protection. Here and now, we're going to weaponize that principle. Hermione stood beside him, holding a modified set of runestones. We've developed a ritual, voluntary, reversible, and based entirely on mutual trust. It creates a protective network between willing participants, not a collective consciousness like Riddle's, but more like a magical emergency contact list if someone in your network is threatened with absorption. Bill Weasley explained from his position by the demonstration platform. The connection automatically reinforces their individual identity. It's like magical antibodies against forced merger. The first volunteers were, unsurprisingly, the Weasley family. Molly Weasley had arrived at Hogwarts with grim determination after Percy had nearly been taken during a ministry raid. Now, she stood in the ritual circle with her children, hands linked, as golden threads of magic wove between them. I can feel you all, Fred said wonderingly. Not your thoughts, but your presence, like knowing you're in the next room even when I can't see you. Bloody brilliant, George agreed. It's like we're more ourselves, not less. They finished together, their natural twin connection amplified, but not overwhelmed by the ritual. As the weeks passed, more groups underwent the bonding ritual. The Brotherhood developed variations. Romantic pairs created bonds of startling intensity, while study groups found their collaborative magic enhanced beyond measure. Most importantly, those bonded proved completely immune to Riddle's absorption attempts. He's noticed, Kingsley reported during an emergency meeting. Our intelligence suggests he's trying to develop countermeasures. Let him try, Moody growled. Can't fake genuine emotion with fancy calculations. But Harry knew it wasn't that simple. In his quarters, he'd been given professor-level accommodations, despite technically being a first year. He studied reports with growing concern. Riddle wasn't just trying to break their bonds. He was learning from them. A knock interrupted his brooding. "Come in." To his surprise, it was Draco Malfoy, looking uncharacteristically uncertain. "Potter, I need to ask you something." Harry gestured to a chair, nodding the way Draco's eyes kept darting to the door. "Your father has joined Riddle's collective. Mother too. They keep trying to convince me it's for the best, that I'll be more powerful, more perfect." Draco's hands clenched, but something in their eyes is gone. They're not themselves anymore. "I'm sorry," Harry said, meaning it. In this timeline, without Voldemort's influence, the Malfoys had been ambitious, but not evil. Losing them to Riddle's collective was a genuine tragedy. "Can your bonding ritual help?" Draco asked desperately. "Not to get them back. I understand that's impossible. But to stop me from giving in. They're my parents. Part of me wants to join them just so I won't be alone." Harry studied the boy who had been his enemy in another life. Here, Draco was just a scared 13-year-old facing an impossible choice. "The ritual requires genuine connection," Harry said carefully. "You'd need to find people you trust, who trust you in return." "Right," Draco said bitterly. "The son of collective members, very trustworthy." "You came here," Harry pointed out. "That took courage, and you're not the only one who's lost family to Riddle." Over the following days, Harry worked to integrate Draco into a bonding group with other students who'd lost relatives. Neville, whose uncle had been among the first taken. Susan Bones, fighting to save what remained of her family. Luna Lovegood, whose father had barely escaped absorption. The ritual was more difficult than usual. Trust had to be built, not just declared. But when the golden threads finally wove between them, Draco's expression of wonder and relief made every effort worthwhile. "I can feel it," he breathed. "The pull is still there, but it's muted, like I have an anchor now." It was a small victory in an escalating war. Reports came daily of Riddle's expansion. He'd taken control of Azkaban not through force, but by absorbing the guards, who then simply opened the doors. The prisoners who joined him willingly were enhanced and released. Those who refused vanished entirely. "We need to take the fight to him," James argued during a heated strategy session. "Playing defense isn't working. Direct assault is what he wants," Harry countered. "Every person we lose becomes his weapon. We need a different approach." The solution came from an unexpected source. Peeves, the poltergeist, had been unnaturally quiet since Riddle's rise. One night, he appeared in Harry's room, more solid than Harry had ever seen him. Potty Potter thinks he's clever, Peeves cackled, but there was something serious in his usually manic eyes. Building connections, making networks, but missing the biggest connection of all. What do you mean? Peeves floated upside down, his jester's hat dragging on the floor. Hogwarts herself, of course. Old castles got opinions about wizards trying to eat each other's minds. Doesn't like it. Not one bit. Harry sat up straighter. The castle is sentient. Sentient, conscious, aware, awake, Peeves sang. Been here longer than any wizard, seen it all. And she remembers you, Professor Peverell. Remembers all the years you walked her halls. The implications were staggering. If Hogwarts itself could be brought into their network, how, Harry asked urgently. Peeves grinned, showing too many teeth. Ask the founders. They left instructions for special occasions. And if magical cannibalism isn't special, Peeves doesn't know what is. The search for the founders' instructions led Harry and Hermione deep into Hogwarts foundations, to chambers that existed outside normal space. There, in a room that pulsed with the castle's heartbeat, they found what they sought, not written instructions, but a ritual circle carved into the living stone. It's beautiful, Hermione whispered, tracing the complex patterns. Look, here Gryffindor's courage, Ravenclaw's wisdom, Hufflepuff's loyalty, Slytherin's ambition. They built the castle to be more than stone and mortar. They built it to protect, Harry realized. Not just physically, but magically. Hogwarts was always meant to be a sanctuary against dark magic, activating the founders' ritual-required representatives from all 4 houses. Harry for Gryffindor, Hermione, Hatstall between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw for Ravenclaw, Susan Bones for Hufflepuff, and surprisingly, Draco for Slytherin. I'm honored, Draco said when asked, though his hands trembled slightly. The ritual itself was unlike anything they'd attempted before. Instead of connecting to each other, they opened themselves to Hogwarts, to centuries of magical history, generations of students and teachers, the accumulated protective instincts of a castle that had sheltered magical children for 1,000 years. When the connection snapped into place, the sensation was overwhelming. Harry felt the castle's vast consciousness acknowledge him, not just as Harry Potter, but as Professor Peverell, as both, as the bridge between timelines that he'd become. Welcome home, Hogwarts seemed to say. Now, let's discuss this Tom Riddle problem. The castle's solution was elegantly simple. If Riddle wanted to absorb magical consciousnesses, Hogwarts would offer herself all 1,000 years of accumulated magic, all the protective wards and ancient spells, all the memories and connections of every witch and wizard who'd ever called her home. It would destroy him, Hermione breathed, understanding immediately. He couldn't possibly contain that much discrete magical consciousness, or it would make him unstoppable, Harry countered, seeing the danger. If he could absorb Hogwarts, he cannot, the castle's presence assured them. I am not a consciousness to be absorbed. I am a home. Homes cannot be taken, only invaded or welcomed. They spent days refining the plan. Hogwarts would extend an invitation to Tom Riddle, offering what appeared to be surrender. When he attempted to absorb the castle's consciousness, she would instead pull him into herself, not to absorb, but to isolate. The magical equivalent of a quarantine cell. It's risky, Dumbledore said when presented with the plan. If it fails, we lose Hogwarts, Harry acknowledged. But if we do nothing, we lose everything else. The message was sent through channels they knew Riddle monitored. Hogwarts, recognizing the inevitable, would negotiate terms for peaceful absorption. The ancient castle's magic would join the collective willingly, adding immeasurable power to Riddle's growing network. Riddle's response came within hours. He would come personally to accept Hogwarts' surrender. After all, such a momentous absorption required his direct involvement. As they prepared for the confrontation, Harry stood in the great hall with the assembled defenders. Students and teachers, ministry workers and shop owners, all united by the bonds they'd forged. The magical connections between them glowed visibly now, a web of golden light that pulsed with shared purpose. Whatever happens, Harry addressed them. Remember, our strength isn't in our individual power, but in our connections. Tom Riddle thinks that makes us weak. Let's show him how wrong he is. The final battle of the war that never was would be fought, not with spells and curses, but with the power of community against the hunger of control. And at the heart of it all, an ancient castle prepared to teach her wayward student one final lesson about the magic of home. Chapter 30, The Last Lesson. Tom Riddle arrived at Hogwarts as the sun set on the summer solstice, the longest day yielding to darkness. He came not with an army, he was his army now, containing within himself the magical essence of hundreds of absorbed wizards. Power radiated from him in visible waves, distorting the air like heat mirages. Harry watched from the entrance hall as Riddle approached across the grounds. The assembled defenders stood ready, their bonded networks humming with shared strength. His parents flanked him, wands drawn, but held low. They understood this battle would not be won through conventional dueling. Harry, Hermione whispered from his other side. The castle's magic is fluctuating. Are you sure she can maintain the deception? Before Harry could answer, Hogwarts herself responded through their connection. I have played host to ambitious wizards for 1,000 years, young Hermione. I know how to show them what they expect to see. The great doors opened without touch as Riddle reached them. He entered with the confidence of a conqueror surveying his prize, his enhanced magical senses sweeping the hall. Headmaster, Riddle nodded to Dumbledore with mock courtesy. I appreciate you facilitating this transfer. And Harry, or should I still call you Professor Peverell? Such an elaborate charade, living as a child. We're more alike than you care to admit. We're nothing alike, Harry said firmly. I chose to experience life again, to protect rather than control. You chose to devour others to feed your ambition. Riddle's laugh echoed strangely, as if multiple voices were speaking in harmony. Devour. I've elevated them. Within me, they experience magic beyond their wildest dreams. Observe. He raised a hand, and the air itself obeyed. Not a spell, but pure will imposed upon reality. The flagstones of the floor rearranged themselves into a spiral pattern, while the enchanted ceiling showed not the evening sky, but visions of magical possibility, wizards walking between worlds, reshaping matter with thoughts, transcending every limitation. This is what I offer, Riddle said, his voice carrying compulsion that made several defenders sway. Not destruction, but evolution. Hogwarts understands this. She offers herself to become part of something greater. Hogwarts offers herself to protect her children, Dumbledore corrected softly. As she always has. Riddle's expression flickered with annoyance before smoothing. Shall we proceed? I assume you've prepared the ritual space. They led him to the great hall, transformed for the occasion. The house tables were gone, replaced by a massive ritual circle that incorporated elements from all four founders. At its heart lay a crystal matrix, ostensibly to facilitate the transfer. Actually, the cage they hoped to trap him in. Impressive work, Riddle acknowledged, examining the arrangements with an expert eye. Though I see several inefficiencies. When this is complete, I'll show you better methods. Harry bit back his response. Let Riddle's arrogance blind him. It had always been his greatest weakness. The ritual began at full dark. Riddle stood at the circle's center, while the defenders took positions around the perimeter. The pretense was that they were facilitating the transfer. In reality, they were the anchors that would hold the trap when it sprang. I call upon the ancient magics of this place, Riddle intoned, his power making the words physically tangible. I offer union and elevation. Let the consciousness of Hogwarts join with mine. The castle responded. Magic older than memory stirred in the stones, in the air, in the very ground beneath their feet. Harry felt Hogwarts' vast presence unfold like a flower blooming in fast forward, layer upon layer of accumulated history, protection, and purpose. For a moment, even Riddle looked awed. Magnificent, he breathed. So much more than I imagined. Then he began to pull. Harry had experienced many forms of magic in 2 lifetimes, but nothing compared to watching Tom Riddle attempt to absorb a 1,000-year-old magical consciousness. The air crackled with power as Riddle's enhanced abilities strained to contain what Hogwarts offered. His form blurred, expanded, contracted, as if he couldn't quite maintain physical coherence under the influx. Now Dumbledore commanded. The defenders acted as one, their bonded networks flaring to life. But instead of attacking Riddle, they fed their magic into Hogwarts herself, strengthening her, supporting her, reminding her of all she protected. Riddle's eyes widened as he realized the trap. You. But Hogwarts had already begun her true work. Instead of being absorbed, she began to absorb not Riddle himself, but the magical connections he'd forced upon his victims. One by one, she began to unravel his collective, offering each trapped consciousness a choice. Remain within Riddle's failing matrix, or accept sanctuary within her ancient walls. No, Riddle snarled, fighting to maintain control. They chose this. They wanted power. They wanted connection, Harry countered, stepping forward despite the magical maelstrom around Riddle. You gave them slavery disguised as strength. Hogwarts offers them home. The battle was visible now in the magical spectrum, streams of light flowing from Riddle as absorbed wizards chose freedom. Each departure weakened him, but also made him more dangerous. As his collective consciousness fragmented, his control slipped, and raw magic began to leak from him in destructive waves. If I fall, I take you all with me, Riddle roared, his handsome features distorting as he struggled to contain the magical feedback. I'll crack this castle like an egg. No, said a familiar voice, you won't. Harry turned to see the bloody Baron floating through the wall, but he wasn't alone. Every ghost in Hogwarts had come, nearly headless Nick, the fat friar, the grey lady, Professor Binns, and dozens of others Harry had never even met. We who are bound eternally to this castle have something to say, the Baron continued, his usually monotone voice carrying unexpected warmth. Hogwarts is not just stone and spell. She is memory and meaning, all the lives that have touched her halls. You cannot break that, Tom Riddle. You never could. The ghosts formed a secondary circle around the ritual space. They had no magic in the traditional sense, but they had something else, the weight of centuries, the persistence of memory, the proof that consciousness could endure beyond flesh in ways that didn't require devouring others. This is impossible, Riddle gasped, now visibly struggling. More and more of his absorbed victims were breaking free, fleeing to Hogwarts' protection. I calculated every variable. You calculated power, Hermione said clearly. You forgot about choice. You calculated control, Draco added, standing firm despite facing the man his parents had joined. You forgot about loyalty. You calculated perfection, Harry said, stepping closer still. You forgot about love. The word hit Riddle like a physical blow. His form flickered, showing for an instant the broken, abandoned child Tom Riddle had once been brilliant, alone, desperate to matter, to be special, to never be powerless again. Love, he spat, but the word came out more plea than curse. What has love ever offered but weakness? Everything, Harry said simply. Love is why my mother could save me. Love is why these bonds we've built can't be broken by force. Love is why Hogwarts opened herself to save those you enslaved. And love is why I'm offering you a choice. Riddle stared at him, power still crackling around his deteriorating form. a choice. Surrender. Let Hogwarts separate you from the collective safely. Face judgment for your crimes, yes, but as Tom Riddle, not as the monster you're becoming. For a heartbeat, Harry saw something almost human flicker in those dark eyes. Regret, perhaps, or recognition of the path not taken. Then Riddle's face hardened. I chose my path long ago, he said quietly. I'll see it to the end. He pulled all his remaining power inward, preparing for one final, catastrophic release. But Hogwarts was ready. The castle's magic surged, not to attack, but to contain. The ritual circle blazed with light as every ward, every protective spell, every blessing ever laid upon the school activated at once. Tom Riddle's final scream was swallowed by silence, as Hogwarts pulled him not into herself, but through herself into the crystal matrix at the circle's heart. The trap snapped shut with finality, containing not a shadow this time, but the architect of his own downfall. In the aftermath, as freed wizards stumbled from the circle and were caught by waiting healers, Harry approached the crystal prison. Inside, Tom Riddle stood frozen, aware but unable to act, unable to expand, unable to be anything but himself, brilliant, ambitious, and utterly alone. We'll study the collective magic, Dumbledore said quietly, joining Harry. Learn to safely separate those who were absorbed. In time, even he might. No, Harry said with certainty born of 2 lifetimes. Tom Riddle made his choice. He'll never accept help, never admit error, never choose connection over control. The kindest thing we can do is ensure he can't hurt anyone else. As dawn broke over Hogwarts, the Brotherhood of the Stone gathered in the Great Hall. The bonds between them glowed stronger than ever, proved in the crucible of battle. Families were reunited as the absorbed were freed and healed. Even Draco's parents, confused but restored to themselves, held their son as he wept with relief. So what happens now? Ron asked, speaking for the first time since the battle. He'd been part of the outer circle, lending his strategic mind to coordinate the defenders. Now, Harry said, feeling every one of his 11 physical years, despite his older mind, we rebuild. We teach. We make sure this can never happen again. The bonds we've created, Hermione added thoughtfully. They could revolutionize magical cooperation. Imagine what we could accomplish working together by choice rather than force. Harry smiled, remembering a similar conversation in another timeline, after another victory over Tom Riddle. Some things, it seemed, remained constant across all realities: the power of friendship, the strength of choice, and the endless possibility that came from facing darkness together rather than alone. The war that never was had ended not with destruction, but with connection. And in a castle that had stood for 1,000 years, protected by bonds freely given and gratefully received, the wizarding world began to write a new chapter in its long history, one where the boy who lived twice could finally, simply live. Chapter 31, The Aftermath. The Ministry of Magic had never seen anything quite like the Restoration Commission. Set up in Courtroom 10, the same room where Harry had once faced trial in another timeline. It now served as a processing center for the hundreds of wizards and witches freed from Tom Riddle's collective. Harry sat in the observation gallery, watching as his mother gently guided another confused victim through the separation process. Lily Potter had become instrumental in developing the healing protocols. Her expertise in experimental charms proving invaluable in untangling the forced magical connections. Subject exhibits typical post-collective symptoms. A healer dictated to a quick quotes quill. Magical disorientation, identity confusion, and acute separation anxiety. Recommending standard stabilization protocol followed by gradual reintegration therapy. The victim, a middle-aged wizard Harry recognized as a former unspeakable, kept reaching out with his magic, trying to reconnect to a collective that no longer existed. Each time he failed, panic flashed across his face. "It's all right, Marcus," Lily said soothingly, her wand weaving comfort charms. "The feeling of isolation is temporary. Your individual magical core needs time to remember how to function independently. But I can't feel them anymore," Marcus whispered. "All those minds, all that knowledge, it's gone." "Not gone," Lily corrected gently. "Just no longer forced upon you. What you learned while connected is still there, but now you get to choose when and how to access it." Harry turned away, the familiar guilt churning in his stomach. These people were suffering because of his actions, or rather, his inaction. If he had found a way to stop Tom Riddle sooner, self-flagellation doesn't help them, Hermione said quietly, appearing beside him with a stack of research notes. "And you know as well as I do that moving any faster would have risked exposure and failure." "Knowing doesn't make watching easier," Harry replied. They stood in companionable silence, observing the ongoing restoration efforts. The process was slow. Each person required individual attention to safely separate their magical core from the collective's remains. The lucky ones, like Marcus, retained their sense of self. Others, Ward 49 has requested your presence, an aide informed them. "They have another hollow." Harry's heart sank. The hollows, those who had been so thoroughly absorbed that separation left them magically and mentally empty, were the war's greatest tragedy. Nearly 50 so far, witches and wizards who might never fully recover their identities. Ward 49 was heavily secured and cushioned with every comfort charm known to wizardkind. The hollows sat or lay in beds, staring at nothing, responding to nothing. They ate when fed, walked when led, but showed no initiative, no spark of individual consciousness. This one was deep in the collective, Healer Strout explained, leading them to a bed where a young woman lay motionless. Sasha Petrova, age 23. joined Riddle voluntarily 8 months ago, seeking power to save her dying mother. Did she save her mother? Hermione asked. Ironically, yes. The collective's enhanced magic cured her mother's blood curse. But the cost? Strout gestured helplessly at Sasha's vacant expression. Harry approached the bed slowly, extending his magical senses. What he found made him step back in shock. She's not empty. She's scattered. What do you mean? Strout demanded. Her consciousness didn't vanish, it fragmented. Harry's mind raced, processing the implications. When the collective collapsed, some members' identities were so intertwined with it that they dispersed. Pieces of who they were scattered among the other members. So to restore her, Hermione began, understanding dawning. We'd need to gather those fragments from everyone who was in the collective, Harry finished. Like a magical jigsaw puzzle, except the pieces are scattered across hundreds of people. It was a daunting prospect, but it offered hope where none had existed before. Harry immediately called an emergency meeting of the Brotherhood's leadership. It's theoretically possible, Bill Weasley mused after Harry explained his discovery. But the logistics alone, we'd need every freed collective member to participate, Kingsley added, and a way to identify which fragments belong to which hollow. I can develop identification charms, Hermione volunteered immediately. If each person's magical signature is unique, their consciousness fragments should carry similar markers, and I can coordinate the gathering process, Dumbledore said. Though I suspect we'll need young Harry's particular insights to actually perform the restoration. Harry nodded, already dreading what this would mean. To restore the hollows, he'd have to dive deep into the magical resonance of the former collective, experiencing echoes of what Tom Riddle had built. It would be like performing surgery on a nightmare. When do we start? He asked simply. The Fragment Restoration Project, as it came to be known, began 3 days later. The Great Hall was once again transformed, this time into a massive healing circle. Every freed collective member who could be located, over 300 people, gathered in concentric rings around the 51 hollows. This is unprecedented magical healing, Madame Pomfrey muttered, checking her supplies for the dozenth time. If something goes wrong, it won't, Harry said, with more confidence than he felt. Hermione's calculations are perfect, and we have the entire Brotherhood supporting the process. Besides, Ron added, trying to lighten the mood, what's the worst that could happen? We accidentally give someone extra memories of Tom Riddle's ego. They'll just be really annoying at parties. Despite the tension, several people chuckled. Ron had grown considerably over the past months, his strategic mind proving invaluable during the conflict. He'd coordinated defensive positions during the final battle with a skill that would have made any general proud. Places everyone, Dumbledore called. The ritual began at sunset. Harry stood at the center, his consciousness carefully expanded to touch every person in the room. It was like conducting an orchestra of souls. Each former collective member held fragments that didn't belong to them, pieces of other identities mixed with their own. "Begin the separation," Harry instructed, his voice carrying to every participant through the magical connections. One by one, people began releasing fragments that weren't theirs. The air filled with whispers of memory, emotion, and experience, all the pieces that made up a human identity, scattered and now being called home. Harry guided each fragment, reading its signature and directing it to its proper owner. It was exhausting work, requiring precision and delicacy. One wrong connection could damage both the fragment and its intended host. Hours passed. Harry's perception of time blurred as he worked, sorting through the magical equivalent of a hurricane of consciousness. Hermione stood beside him, her organizational skills keeping track of which hollows had received which fragments, ensuring nothing was missed or duplicated. "Sasha Petrova is responding," someone called out. Her eyes, they're focusing. It was working. Slowly, painstakingly, the hollows were being rebuilt from the scattered pieces of themselves. Not all would be complete. Some fragments were simply too damaged or too thoroughly merged with others to separate safely. But every partial restoration was a victory. By dawn, 43 of the 51 hollows showed signs of returning consciousness. They were confused, traumatized, and would need extensive therapy. But they were themselves again. "The remaining 8, Lily asked gently, her face drawn with exhaustion. "Too fragmented," Harry admitted, swaying on his feet. "We've gathered what we could, but some pieces, when the collective collapsed, they were essentially destroyed." It was a bitter reminder that even their victory came with permanent costs. 8 families would never fully recover their loved ones. As the participants dispersed, many pausing to thank Harry and the Brotherhood, Hermione caught his arm. "You need rest. You've been maintaining magical contact for over 12 hours. "In a moment," Harry said, moving to where Sasha Petrova sat, tears streaming down her face as she spoke with her mother. "I need to see that it was worth it," Hermione finished. "I understand. But Harry, you can't carry every burden yourself. That's what Tom Riddle never understood. Strength comes from sharing the load, not bearing it alone." She was right, of course. As Harry watched the reunions, the tears, the careful hope beginning to bloom, he felt some of his guilt ease. They hadn't saved everyone. They couldn't undo all the damage. But they'd done what Tom Riddle would never have considered. They'd put the pieces back together, one fragment at a time. "Mr. Potter," Sasha's voice was hoarse but clear, "they tell me you're the one who brought me back." Harry met her eyes, seeing gratitude mixed with lingering trauma. "We all did. Every person here contributed to your restoration. But you guided it," she insisted. "I remember fragments of it, your presence, holding me together when I wanted to dissolve entirely." She paused, then asked the question Harry had had been dreading. What happened to him? To Riddle? Contained, Harry said simply. He can never hurt anyone again. Sasha nodded slowly. I joined him willingly. I thought connection would make me stronger. I never imagined it would cost me myself. Power without choice isn't strength, Harry said, repeating words Dumbledore had once told him in another life. You've learned that the hard way. What matters now is what you do with that knowledge. As he left the great hall, supported by Hermione and Ron, Harry reflected on the strange turns his life had taken. He'd prevented one war only to fight another. He'd saved his parents only to watch his mother heal victims of a tragedy he'd helped create. He'd lived 2 lives, and sometimes felt he hadn't mastered either, but surrounded by friends, working alongside family, building a better world one careful step at a time. Perhaps that was mastery enough. The immediate crisis was over. Now came the harder task: healing, rebuilding, and ensuring such a thing could never happen again. The war that never was had ended. The peace that needed to be built was just beginning. Chapter 32, Reintegration. September arrived with unusual warmth, painting Hogwarts in golden light as students returned for the new school year. Harry stood on platform 9¾ ostensibly just another second-year student. But the weight of the past months sat heavily on his 12-year-old shoulders. You're brooding again, Hermione observed, appearing at his elbow with her trolley. That's my job, remember. You're supposed to be the impulsive one. Harry managed a smile, just thinking about how normal this all seems. Parents dropping off their children, students excited about classes, like the collective never happened. That's the point, isn't it? Ron joined them, already taller than he'd been just months ago. We fought so things could be normal again, but normal was a relative concept for Harry Potter. As they boarded the train, he caught glimpses of the changes, former collective members among the parents, wearing special monitoring bracelets. Aurors in plain clothes scattered through the crowd. And everywhere, the subtle glow of voluntary bonds between family members, friends, lovers. They found a compartment already occupied by an unexpected group: Draco Malfoy, Neville Longbottom, and Luna Lovegood, who was reading a book upside down while humming tunelessly. Potter, Draco nodded, his manner still formal but lacking the old hostility. The bond they'd formed during the crisis had faded to background awareness, but its effects lingered. I saved you seats. Thanks, Harry said, genuinely touched. In his original timeline, such a scene would have been unthinkable. As the train pulled away from London, conversation flowed with surprising ease. The shared trauma of the collective crisis had broken down house barriers in ways years of inter-house unity speeches never could have. Father's still in therapy, Draco mentioned quietly during a lull. The healers say he's making progress, but sometimes he just stares at nothing, like he's looking for something that isn't there anymore. The connection, Luna said dreamily, though her eyes were sharp. Daddy says it's like losing a sense you didn't know you had. Suddenly, the world feels smaller, but more real, Neville added. My uncle says that's the important part. The collective offered expansion, but it wasn't genuine growth. Harry listened to his peers discuss concepts that most adult wizards struggled with, struck again by how different this timeline had become. These children had witnessed a fundamental threat to magical society and emerged more thoughtful for it. We should continue meeting, Hermione suggested suddenly. Not for crisis management, but for, I don't know, ongoing support, research, making sure we understand what happened so it can't happen again. A study group for traumatic magical theory, Draco said dryly. How very Ravenclaw of you, Granger, says the Slytherin who color-coded his notes on consciousness fragmentation. Hermione shot back. Their arrival at Hogwarts brought new changes. The castle itself felt different, more aware, more protective. Harry could sense its consciousness more clearly now, a warm presence that recognized him on levels beyond simple familiarity. Welcome home, Harry Potter Peverell, the castle whispered in his mind. Both of you. The Sorting Hats song that year spoke of unity forged in crisis, of bonds that transcended house divisions. Several new students were placed based not just on their dominant traits, but on where they could best contribute to Hogwarts' healing community. Innovative, Dumbledore murmured to the staff table at large. The hat seems to have developed new criteria. Classes, too, reflected the changed world. Defense against the dark arts now included segments on mental protection and identity reinforcement. Charms covered the theory behind voluntary bonding. Even history of magic had become relevant, with Professor Binns teaching about historical attempts at collective consciousness, most ending in disaster. But it was during a free period, 3 weeks into term, that Harry faced his greatest challenge yet. Harry, his mother's patroness, spoke in the library. Please come to the headmaster's office. Bring Miss Granger. They found the office full of Order No Brotherhood members. His parents were there, along with Dumbledore, Moody, and surprisingly, Snape. What's wrong? Harry asked immediately. Tom Riddle wants to speak with you, James said bluntly. He's been silent since his containment, but this morning he requested an audience. Specifically with you. Harry felt ice in his veins. Why? That's what we need to determine, Dumbledore said gravely. The containment is holding perfectly. He poses no physical threat. But given his history of manipulation, you think it's a trap, Hermione said. I think, Snape interjected silkily, that a man who spent 50 years as dispersed consciousness might have insights we need. The Hollows aren't fully healing. The former collective members still suffer relapses. Perhaps their tormentor holds keys to their recovery. Or perhaps he seeks one last manipulation, Moody growled. They debated for an hour before Harry made his decision. I'll go. But not alone. Hermione comes with me. Her analytical mind might catch what I miss. Absolutely not, Lily said immediately. Harry, you're 12 years old. In body only, Harry reminded her gently. Mom, I've faced him before. In multiple forms, across multiple timelines. I need to know what he wants. The crystal prison had been moved to a secure chamber deep beneath the ministry. The room blazed with protective enchantments, and no fewer than 6 aurors stood guard. At its center, the crystal glowed with soft light, and within it, Tom Riddle waited. He looked exactly as he had the night of his defeat. Handsome, terrible, frozen in a moment of perfect preservation. But his eyes tracked Harry's movement, aware despite his imprisonment. Harry Potter, Riddle's voice emerged from the crystal, clear despite the barriers. And Miss Granger, how delightful. Please sit. We have much to discuss. Chairs had been provided at a safe distance. Harry sat carefully, wand ready despite knowing it would be useless here. You wanted to speak with me, Harry said without preamble. I wanted to congratulate you, Riddle replied, his tone conversational. You achieved something I thought impossible. You turned my greatest strength against me. Using Hogwarts as a honey trap. Inspired. Get to the point, Riddle. The point. Riddle's eyes glittered with something that might have been amusement. Is that your victory is incomplete? Oh, you freed the collective members, even restored most of the hollows. But you're missing something crucial. Which is? Hermione asked sharply. The collective didn't just link minds, it created something new. A magical construct born from the fusion of hundreds of consciousness. When you destroyed the collective, that construct didn't simply vanish. It dispersed. Harry's blood ran cold. Are you saying? I'm saying, Riddle continued with evident satisfaction, that somewhere out there, a new form of magical consciousness is taking shape. Born from the collective's collapse, shaped by the trauma of separation, and utterly without guidance or morality. My child, if you will, growing wild. You're lying, Hermione said, but uncertainty colored her voice. Am I? Haven't you noticed the increase in spontaneous magical events? Objects developing consciousness. Spells taking on lives of their own. That's the collective's offspring, learning to exist independently. Harry stood abruptly. Even if you're telling the truth, why warn us? For the first time, something almost human flickered across Riddle's face. Because I'm trapped here forever, and eternity is a long time to contemplate one's failures. The collective was meant to be controlled, guided. This wild consciousness could become anything, including something that makes my ambitions look benign. Or you're manipulating us into doing something that benefits you, Harry countered. Possibly, Riddle admitted freely. But can you afford to ignore the possibility that I'm telling the truth? They left shortly after, Harry's mind churning with implications. In the secured observation room, the assembled Brotherhood members looked grim, his magical signature showed no deception. One of the unspeakables reported. Either he believes what he's saying, or he's capable of fooling our best detection methods. We need to investigate, Hermione said immediately. If there really is some kind of nascent consciousness out there, then we have a new problem, Dumbledore finished heavily. One we're poorly equipped to handle. The months that followed proved Riddle's warning at least partially correct. Reports flooded in of magical anomalies, portraits developing memories they shouldn't have, spells persisting long after they should have faded, magical creatures exhibiting unprecedented coordination. Harry threw himself into research, working with Hermione and the Brotherhood to understand this new phenomenon. His dual perspective proved invaluable, allowing him to see patterns others missed. But for every answer they found, new questions arose. It's not malevolent, Luna observed during one late-night session. She'd been officially inducted into their research group despite being a first year, her unique perception proving invaluable. It's curious, like a child learning about the world, a child with the magical power of hundreds of wizards, Draco pointed out grimly. Then maybe, Harry said slowly, an idea forming. We need to teach it. The notion was radical attempting to educate a dispersed magical consciousness. But as winter approached and the anomalies grew stronger, it became clear that confrontation would be futile. Whatever this new entity was, it existed on a level beyond physical interaction. So began the strangest chapter, yet in Harry's doubly lived life. Teacher to an impossible student, guide to a consciousness that shouldn't exist, all while maintaining the facade of being an ordinary second-year student. The war that never was had ended, but its consequences continued to ripple outward in ways no one could have predicted. And Harry Potter, veteran of 2 timelines, found himself once again at the center of magical history in the making. At least this time, he reminded himself as he worked late into another night. He wasn't facing it alone. The bonds forged in crisis held strong, and together they would face whatever came next, even if what came next defied all known laws of magic and consciousness. Chapter 33, New Horizons. The phenomenon had a name now, the Echo. Luna had suggested it during one of their research sessions, and it stuck. The Echo wasn't a person or a creature, but something unprecedented, a magical consciousness born from the traumatic dissolution of Riddle's collective, learning to exist independently. Spring term brought a breakthrough. Harry sat in the room of requirement with his expanded research team, Hermione, Luna, Draco, Neville, and surprisingly, Cedric Diggory, whose theoretical mind had proven exceptional at modeling consciousness patterns. Look at this, Cedric said, projecting his calculations into the air. The Echo isn't random. It's following ley lines, moving between points of high magical concentration. It's exploring, Luna added dreamily, like a child learning to walk, but across magical Britain instead of a nursery floor, which means it can be predicted, Hermione said excitedly, already adjusting their tracking spells. If we can anticipate where it'll manifest next, we can be there to make contact, Harry finished. The first attempt at communication took place at Stonehenge. The ancient stones hummed with power as the research team, accompanied by several Brotherhood members, waited for the echo to arrive. Harry stood at the center, his consciousness carefully expanded, ready to make contact. He felt it before anyone else, a presence vast and curious, like being observed by a benevolent storm. The echo swept across Stonehenge, investigating the magical resonance, and found them waiting. "Hello," Harry projected, not in words, but in pure intent. The response nearly overwhelmed him. Not communication as humans understood it, but a flood of sensation, memory, emotion, fragments from hundreds of consciousness, trying to express themselves simultaneously. Too much, Harry managed to convey, pulling back slightly. The echo paused, then adjusted. The communication became clearer, though still alien. Images flashed through Harry's mind, the collective forming, the trauma of separation, the confusion of sudden existence. Alone, the echo conveyed, and the depth of isolation in that concept made Harry's heart ache. "Not alone," Harry responded, gesturing to his companions. Friends, family, teachers. What followed was the strangest lesson Harry had ever given. How did you teach ethics to a being that existed outside physical form? How did you explain individual consciousness to something born from forced unity? They started simple. Harry and his team took turns projecting basic concepts: identity, choice, boundaries. The echo absorbed it all with frightening speed, its understanding growing exponentially. "It's learning faster than any human could," Hermione breathed, monitoring the magical fluctuations. At this rate, it'll surpass us within months," Cedric finished grimly. But Harry noticed something the others missed. The echo wasn't just learning, it was choosing what to learn. When they projected concepts of domination or control, it recoiled. When they shared memories of voluntary connection and mutual support, it resonated with joy. It's not just intelligent, Harry realized. It has preferences, values. It's developing a personality. Over the following weeks, they established regular contact with the echo. Each session was exhausting, but exhilarating. The echo began to communicate more clearly, even attempting humor, though its jokes were surreal combinations of hundreds of different senses of humor. Why did the Niffler cross the road? The echo asked during one session. To experience non-Euclidean geometry in a quantum state of being and not being simultaneously. "It's trying," Ron said generously, having joined the sessions to provide what he called normal person perspective. But not everyone was pleased with their progress. The ministry, already struggling to manage post-collective reconstruction, viewed the echo as a potential threat. During an emergency Wisengamot session, voices rose in anger and fear. "It's an abomination," declared Dolar's Umbridge, who in this timeline had never risen beyond senior undersecretary. "A magical accident that should be eliminated before it grows too powerful." Eliminated how? Harry asked from the gallery, his young voice carrying surprising authority. "It exists as pure magical consciousness. You can't destroy it any more than you can destroy thought itself." "Mr. Potter," Minister Fudge said uncomfortably, "while we appreciate your unique insights, this is a matter for adult wizards." "Adult wizards who have no experience with consciousness manipulation or temporal anomalies," Harry interrupted. "My team has been successfully communicating with the Echo for months. It's not a threat, it's a miracle. The first truly new form of magical life in recorded history, and if it decides humanity is obsolete," someone shouted. "Then we'll have failed as teachers," Harry replied simply. "The Echo is learning from us. If we approach it with fear and violence, that's what it will learn. If we show it cooperation and wisdom." The debate raged for hours, but eventually Dumbledore's influence prevailed. The Echo Project was officially sanctioned, with Harry's team at its head despite their youth. "Unprecedented," McGonagall muttered as they left the ministry. Second and third-year students heading a project of international magical importance. "These are unprecedented times," Dumbledore replied mildly. "And these particular students have proven themselves capable of unprecedented things." As spring turned to summer, the Echo's growth accelerated. It began creating physical manifestations, not a body exactly, but temporary constructs of pure magic. The first time it appeared as a shimmering humanoid figure in the room of requirement, everyone jumped. "Is this correct?" the Echo asked, its form shifting uncertainly. Humans seem to prefer visual communication. "It's perfect," Luna assured it, "though you could try different colors. Purple might suit you." The Echo rippled, cycling through the entire spectrum before settling on an opalescent shimmer. "Aesthetic preferences are complex," it observed. These sessions became the highlight of Harry's week. Teaching the Echo felt like raising a precocious child with the power of a god. It asked endless questions, from the profound, "What is the purpose of individual existence?" to the mundane, "Why do humans enjoy butterbeer when it provides no nutritional value?" But the most significant breakthrough came when the Echo asked about Tom Riddle, the one who created the collective. It said one evening, "He still exists, contained." Why? Harry chose his words carefully. "He harmed many people. The containment prevents him from doing so again. But he is alone," the Echo pressed. "I understand alone. It is painful. Sometimes isolation is necessary to protect others," Hermione explained. The Echo was quiet for a long moment. "Could he learn? As I learn, Could he become better? It was a question that haunted Harry for days. Was redemption possible for someone like Tom Riddle? In his original timeline, Voldemort had died unrepentant. Here, Riddle existed in eternal stasis, aware but unchanging. I don't know, Harry finally admitted to the echo. Some choices can't be undone. Some people won't change even when given the chance. But the chance should be given, the echo asked. That, Harry said heavily, is one of the hardest questions in human ethics. As the school year ended, Harry found himself in Dumbledore's office for their regular planning session. But this time, the headmaster had a different topic in mind. Harry, Dumbledore said gently, I've watched you carry the weight of 2 timelines for almost 2 years now. The constant performance of being a child while thinking as an adult. The knowledge of tragedies that never happened here. It's taking a toll. Harry started to protest, then stopped. Dumbledore was right. He was exhausted in ways that had nothing to do with physical age. What do you suggest? Harry asked. Integration, Dumbledore replied. Not hiding your true nature, but finding a way to be both Harry Potter the student and Professor Peverell the scholar. Your friends already know the truth. Your parents suspect more than they say. Perhaps it's time to stop dividing yourself and reveal to everyone that I'm a temporal anomaly. Reveal that you're a young man with unusual experiences and insights. Dumbledore corrected. The specifics can remain private, but the constant deception is harming you more than honesty would. Harry left the office deep in thought. That evening, he found his core team in their usual spot in the room of requirement. The echo shimmered in the corner, practicing its latest hobby, creating magical art that existed in 4 dimensions simultaneously. I need to tell you all something, Harry began, then stopped. How did you explain that you were tired of pretending to be who you actually were? You're going to stop acting like you're just Harry, Luna said matter-of-factly. Good. It was giving you rack spurts. Yes, Harry said, thrown by her directness. About time, Draco added. Watching you pretend to struggle with second-year spells when you could probably teach half the curriculum was getting painful. You all knew? Harry asked. Harry, Hermione said gently. We've been working together for months. We've seen you operate under pressure, develop theories that shouldn't occur to anyone our age, and casually reference magical principles that won't be discovered for decades. We're your friends. We notice. Besides, Neville added with a shy smile, the echo told us weeks ago that you contain temporal multiplicities. We figured it meant something like this. Harry looked at his friends, these brilliant, accepting, extraordinary people who had become his anchor in this new timeline. For the first time in 2 years, he felt the artificial barriers he'd maintained beginning to dissolve. Thank you, he said simply. Integration is beginning, the echo observed, its form poolsing with what might have been approval. This is good. Divided selves create instability. You will be stronger as one. As summer approached, Harry made a decision. He would return home not as Harry, pretending to be just a 12-year-old, but as himself, all of himself. The conversation with his parents would be difficult, but necessary. The war that never was had ended. The echo was learning and growing. And Harry Potter, finally, was ready to stop living as two people and start living as one complex, scarred, hopeful, and whole. It was time to integrate not just his consciousness, but his life. And perhaps, in doing so, show others, human and echo alike, that identity wasn't about choosing oneself over another, but about accepting all the facets that made you who you were. The future stretched ahead, full of uncertainty, but also possibility. And for the first time since waking up in this timeline, Harry faced it not as a time traveler hiding in a child's body, but as himself, all of himself. Chapter 34, Truth and Consequences. The Potter cottage in Godric's Hollow had never felt smaller than it did that summer evening. Harry sat across from his parents in the living room. The words he'd rehearsed 100 times, suddenly inadequate. How did you tell your parents that their 12-year-old son carried the memories and experiences of a 60-year-old professor? Whatever it is, James said quietly, we already know it's big. You've been different since you started Hogwarts, Harry. Not bad different, just older. Lily nodded, her green eyes, so like his own, filled with concern. The way you handled the collective crisis, the knowledge you displayed, that wasn't normal 12-year-old behavior. Harry took a deep breath. I need to show you something. It'll be easier than explaining. He pulled out a pensieve, borrowed from Dumbledore for this purpose, and carefully extracted a series of memories. Not the violent ones from his original timeline, but moments that showed who he'd been as Professor Peverell. Teaching classes, developing magical theory, living a full life in a world that no longer existed. His parents entered the memories together, hands clasped. Harry waited, each minute feeling like an hour, until they emerged pale and shaken. Merlin, James breathed. You lived an entire lifetime. As someone else. As myself, but different, Harry corrected. When the timelines merged, I became both Harry Potter and Professor Peverell. I have all the memories, all the experiences of both lives. Lily was crying silently. The war you showed us, we died when you were a baby. You grew up without us. In that timeline, yes. But that timeline no longer exists. Here, now, you're alive and Harry's voice cracked. I get to be your son, even if I'm not quite the son you expected. The silence stretched until James suddenly laughed, a broken sound. No wonder you were so terrible at pretending to be a normal first year. 60 years of magical experience trying to act like you're seeing a wand for the first time. It was rather painful to watch, Harry admitted with a weak smile. But why hide it? Lily asked. Why not tell us from the beginning? Because I was terrified, Harry said honestly. terrified you'd think I wasn't really your son, that I was some stranger wearing Harry's face. And I needed to be Harry, your Harry, even if I was also someone else. His parents exchanged a long look, conducting one of those wordless conversations that spoke of years together. Finally, Lily stood and pulled Harry into a fierce hug. "You are our son," she said firmly. "Whether you have 12 years of memories or 100, that's not negotiable." James joined the embrace, and for a moment, Harry let himself be held by the parents he'd lost and found again. The summer that followed was one of adjustment and discovery. His parents, true to their word, accepted the truth with remarkable grace. They asked questions, sought to understand, and gradually began to see their son as he truly was, a unique fusion of youth and experience. "It explains so much," James mused one evening as they practiced advanced defensive magic in the garden. Harry no longer held back, demonstrating techniques that wouldn't be invented for decades. "The way you looked at us that first night back from Hogwarts, like you were seeing ghosts." "In a way, I was," Harry admitted, deflecting a particularly nasty hex with casual ease. "You'd been dead for 30 years in my memories." "Well, we're not dead now," James said firmly. "So stop looking at us like we might disappear. Now, show me that temporal dodge again." I've never seen anything like it. The integration Dumbledore had suggested proved more challenging than Harry anticipated. Word spread quietly through the magical community that Harry Potter was special, though the exact nature of his uniqueness remained carefully obscured. Some treated him with new respect, others with suspicion. "They're calling you the boy who lived twice," Ron reported during a visit. "Pretty mental, if you ask me. Though I suppose it's technically accurate. I prefer just Harry," Harry replied, though he knew that ship had sailed. The Echo, at least, was delighted with Harry's integration. Their communication sessions became even more productive, with Harry no longer filtering his knowledge through the lens of what a 12-year-old should know. "You are more yourself," the Echo observed during one session. "This creates harmony. Deception, even self-deception, creates dissonance in magical fields." "Speaking from experience?" Harry asked. "Speaking from observation. Tom Riddle deceived even himself. It poisoned his magic," which brought them to the question that had haunted Harry since the Echo first raised it. What to do about Tom Riddle? The answer came from an unexpected source. Barty Crouch Jr., broken free from the collective and serving a reduced sentence for his cooperation, requested a meeting with Harry. They met in a secure room at the ministry, Crouch looking haggard but sane. "I need to thank you," Crouch began without preamble. "You could have left me to rot in that warehouse. Instead, you saved me from a fate worse than death." "You were a victim too," Harry said carefully. Crouch laughed bitterly. "I was a willing participant who got more than he bargained for. But that's not why I asked to see you. I have information about Riddle's contingencies. Harry leaned forward. What kind of contingencies? He knew the collective might fail. Brilliant as he was, Riddle always had backup plans. There's a temporal anchor hidden somewhere in Britain. If his physical form is ever destroyed while he's contained, it's designed to send his consciousness back to a specific point in time, giving him another chance to avoid capture. Harry's blood ran cold. When? What point in time? The day before he began the collective recruitment. He'd have all his memories of failure, knowledge of our countermeasures. Crouch shuddered. He could create an even worse version of the collective. Why tell me this? Harry asked. Because I owe you a debt, Crouch said simply. And because I've seen what Riddle's ambitions lead to. He must never be free again. Harry left the meeting with new urgency. A temporal anchor was serious magic, the kind that could destabilize multiple timelines if mishandled. He immediately convened the Brotherhood's leadership. We need to find and neutralize this anchor, Moody growled after hearing the report. Can't risk Riddle getting a second chance. Or, Hermione said slowly, we could use it. Everyone turned to stare at her. Think about it, she continued, warming to the idea. A temporal anchor is designed to preserve and transport consciousness through time. What if we modified it to do something else? Like what? Kingsley asked. Like give Riddle the one thing he's never had, the ability to truly change. The debate that followed was intense. Could Tom Riddle be redeemed? Should he even be given the chance? The Echo, invited to give its unique perspective, offered a thought that silenced the room. Change requires choice. Riddle is frozen, choiceless. Neither good nor evil, simply static. This is not justice, it is storage. So what do you propose? Dumbledore asked. What emerged was perhaps the most ambitious project the Brotherhood had ever undertaken. Using Crouch's information, they located the temporal anchor hidden, ironically, in the orphanage where Tom Riddle had grown up. The building was long abandoned, but the anchor remained, powered by decades of accumulated magical energy. Over the following weeks, Harry led a team in carefully modifying the anchor. Instead of sending Riddle back in time, it would create something unprecedented, a magical simulation where Riddle could exist, make choices, and potentially change, all without endangering the real world. It's brilliant, Cedric breathed, examining the modified runework. He'll experience consequences, growth, even redemption if he chooses it, but completely contained. And if he chooses to remain evil, Draco asked. Then he experiences the full weight of that choice, Harry said grimly. Forever, if necessary. The transfer was performed on Halloween fitting, given its significance in both timelines. Riddle's consciousness was carefully extracted from the crystal prison and placed into the modified anchor simulation. Harry monitored the process, watching as Riddle found himself in a perfect replica of the wizarding world, but one where his actions had immediate, irreversible consequences. No collective to hide behind, no stolen power to rely on. Just Tom Riddle and the choices he made. "What have you done?" Riddle's voice echoed from the monitoring crystals, confused and angry. "Given you what you always claimed to want," Harry responded. "Complete freedom to shape your reality. The question is, what will you do with it?" They watched as Riddle tested his new environment, tried to dominate it, failed, and was forced to face the results of his actions. It would take time, possibly centuries. But for the first time, Tom Riddle had the opportunity to truly change. "It's more mercy than he deserves," Moody grumbled. "Perhaps," Harry agreed. "But mercy isn't about what people deserve. It's about what we choose to give." As autumn arrived, and Harry prepared for his 3rd year at Hogwarts, he reflected on how much had changed. He no longer hid his true nature, though he was careful not to overwhelm his peers with the full extent of his knowledge. His parents had adjusted remarkably well, even beginning to call him Professor, as an affectionate joke. The echo continued to grow, its understanding of human nature deepening daily. It had even begun creating its own identity, choosing the name Unity for itself, a reminder of its origins, but also its choice to be something more than the sum of its parts. "You taught me well," Unity said during one of their sessions. That existence is not about power or control, but about connection and choice. "We taught each other," Harry corrected. "I've learned as much from you as you have from me." The wizarding world was stabilizing, though scars remained. Former collective members met regularly for support. The Hollows continued their slow recovery, and somewhere in a magically constructed reality, Tom Riddle faced the consequences of his choices for the first time in his life. It wasn't the neat ending Harry might have hoped for in his younger days. It was messy, complicated, and ongoing. But it was also real, honest, and full of potential. The war that never was had taught them all that victory wasn't about defeating enemies, but about creating possibilities for change, even for those who seemed beyond redemption. As Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express for his 3rd year, surrounded by friends who knew and accepted all of him, he felt something he hadn't experienced in either timeline: true peace with who he was. The boy who lived twice had finally learned to live once, fully and completely himself. Chapter 35, The Long View. 5 years later, the Great Hall buzzed with anticipation as the 7th-year students took their seats for the final feast. Harry Potter sat at the Gryffindor table, no longer pretending to be just another student. At 17 or 67, depending on how you counted, he had grown into someone uniquely himself. "Can you believe it's over?" Ron said, his prefect badge glinting in the candlelight. 7 years, well, for most of us, felt like 70. Harry replied with a wry smile that his friends now recognized as purely Professor Peverell. Hermione, head girl, and already accepted into a pioneering consciousness studies program she'd helped create, rolled her eyes. "You're impossible. Though I suppose that joke's actually age-appropriate for you. The years had been eventful. The Echo Unity had evolved into a recognized form of magical life, establishing communication networks with magical communities worldwide. Former collective members had formed a support network that pioneered new healing techniques. And Tom Riddle, any changes? Draco asked quietly, knowing where Harry's thoughts had turned. Some, Harry admitted. He stopped trying to dominate his reality. Last report showed him actually helping someone without expectation of reward. It only took 5 years of consequences to crack his selfishness. Progress, Luna said dreamily. She'd grown taller, but no less ethereal. Her unique perception now formally recognized as a rare form of magical sight. Even glaciers move, given time. The Sorting Hat's song that year spoke of unity through diversity, of strength found not in power, but in understanding. As it finished, Dumbledore rose, his eyes twinkling with particular brightness. "Before we begin our feast, I have several announcements. First, I am delighted to inform you that Unity will be joining our staff next year as Professor of Theoretical Consciousness, the first non-corporeal entity to teach at Hogwarts." The hall erupted in applause. Unity, manifesting as a shimmering presence near the staff table, rippled with what Harry had learned to recognize as bashful pleasure. Second, Dumbledore continued, "I must congratulate this year's graduating class. You have lived through unprecedented times and emerged not just educated, but wise. You've shown that youth and age, experience and innovation can coexist and strengthen each other." His gaze found Harry briefly, a small smile playing at his lips. And finally, Dumbledore said, "I am pleased to announce that next year, Hogwarts will launch an experimental program in temporal studies, led by our youngest and oldest graduate, Harry Potter." Harry nearly choked on air. Around him, his friends erupted in congratulations, while he tried to process this unexpected development. "Did you know about this?" he demanded of Hermione, who was failing to hide her grin. Dumbledore might have mentioned he was considering it, she admitted. "You've been doing advanced research with the Department of Mysteries for 3 years, Harry. It's time you had proper students. I'm 17. In this timeline," Ron pointed out cheerfully, "which makes you the perfect age to relate to students while having the experience to actually teach them. Brilliant, really." As the feast progressed, Harry found himself accepting congratulations from younger students, many of whom had attended his informal study sessions over the years. The idea of officially teaching at Hogwarts, not as Professor Peverell in disguise, but as himself, was both thrilling and terrifying. Later that evening, Harry walked the familiar corridors one last time as a student. The castle hummed with contentment, occasionally offering helpful commentary Full circle, Hogwarts observed. Student to teacher to student to teacher. You humans do love your patterns. This is different, Harry protested. I'm not hiding this time. No, you're integrating. Much healthier. Harry found himself at the door to what had been his office as Professor Peverell. It opened at his touch, unchanged despite years of disuse. His old journals were still there, protected by preservation charms, documenting decades of research and teaching. Feels strange, doesn't it? Hermione's voice came from the doorway. Being back where you started, but different. Everything's different, Harry agreed, running his hand along familiar shelves. In my original timeline, I was the boy who lived, then the man who defeated Voldemort. Here I'm, what? The boy who lived twice. The temporal anomaly who teaches part-time. You're Harry, Hermione said simply. Our friend who happens to have an unusual perspective on time and consciousness. Who saved the wizarding world from a threat it didn't know existed. Who taught a newborn consciousness how to be ethical. Who gave even Tom Riddle a chance at redemption. When you put it like that, Harry said with a small smile. They stood in comfortable silence before Hermione spoke again. I've been accepted to the International Conference on Magical Consciousness Evolution. They want me to present our work with unity. That's wonderful. You deserve it. They want you to co-present. Apparently, the international community is very interested in the wizard, who exists in temporal superposition. Harry groaned. Is that what they're calling it now? It's better than some of the alternatives. The French are calling you Elham qui vit eternellement, the man who lives eternally. Dramatically inaccurate. Since when has accuracy stopped dramatic nomming? Their conversation was interrupted by a silver patroness, a Jack Russell Terrier that Harry recognized as Ron's. Emergency Brotherhood meeting. Ron's voice emerged. Something's happened with Riddle's simulation. They rushed to the room of requirement, finding the Brotherhood's core members already assembled. The monitoring crystals showed Riddle's simulated reality, but something was fundamentally different. He's done it, Cedric breathed, pointing at the displays. He's actually done it. In the simulation, Tom Riddle, looking older, worn, but somehow more human, stood before a group of simulated students, teaching. Not dominating or manipulating, but genuinely educating, sharing knowledge without expectation of worship or power. How long? Harry asked, stunned. Started 3 days ago, Kingsley reported. He approached the simulated Hogwarts, asked for a chance to give back after all he'd taken. The simulation tested him, of course, offered him opportunities to seize power, to return to his old ways. He rejected them all. It could be a long con, Moody warned. Riddle's patient when he needs to be. The magical resonance suggests otherwise, Luna observed, studying readouts only she could fully interpret. His core magical signature has shifted. The darkness is still there, but it's integrated, acknowledged, rather than dominant. They watched as Riddle patiently helped a struggling student, showing none of his old impatience with perceived weakness. When the student thanked him, Riddle's expression showed something that might have been genuine satisfaction. "Do we tell him?" Draco asked quietly. "That it's a simulation, that his redemption is artificial." "Is it?" Harry countered. "His choices are real. His growth is real. The consequences he faces are real to him. Does it matter that the world he's changing isn't the original?" It was a question that sparked debate for hours. In the end, they decided to maintain the simulation, but introduce a new element, awareness. Riddle would be told the truth about his reality, then given a choice: remain in the simulation where he could do no harm, but continue growing, or accept true oblivion. "It's the ultimate test," Hermione said. Will he choose existence with limitation, or non-existence with the knowledge he can't have power? Harry volunteered to deliver the message. Through the monitoring crystals, he appeared in Riddle's simulation as himself, not hiding, not pretending, just Harry Potter with all his temporal complexity. "Tom," Harry said simply. Riddle turned, and Harry saw recognition dawn in those dark eyes. "Potter, or should I say Peverell? I wondered when you'd appear. This reality is too perfect, too responsive. It's constructed, isn't it?" "Yes," Harry confirmed. "You exist in a magical simulation. Your growth, your choices, they're all real. But the world you're affecting isn't the original reality." Riddle was quiet for a long moment, processing. "The collective, you stopped me. We freed them, and contained you, because you were too dangerous to remain free. And now you have a choice. Continue existing here, growing, teaching, becoming whoever you choose to be, but always contained, or accept true ending. No consciousness, no awareness, peace." Riddle laughed, but it wasn't the cold sound Harry remembered. It held genuine, if bitter, amusement. "You're offering me the choice between limited life and honorable death. How very Gryffindor. I'm offering you choice," Harry corrected. "Something you denied others for too long." Riddle looked around his simulated world, at the students he'd been teaching, at the life he'd built through genuine effort rather than domination. "I choose to continue," he said finally. "If I must exist in a cage, at least let it be one where I can still learn, still grow. Perhaps in another century, I'll be someone worthy of freedom." "Perhaps," Harry agreed. As he prepared to leave, Riddle called out, "Potter, in your original timeline, did I ever show any capacity for good?" Harry thought of Voldemort's final moments, the refusal to show remorse, even when offered a last chance. "No, that version of you died as he lived, convinced of his own superiority." "Then perhaps," Riddle said quietly, "this cage is a gift, the chance to become what I could never be in true freedom." Harry left the simulation with much to think about. Back in the room of requirement, the Brotherhood debated the implications of Riddle's choice. Harry found himself oddly hopeful. If Tom Riddle could grow, could change, could choose teaching over domination, what other impossibilities might become possible? The years that followed saw the wizarding world transform in ways both subtle and profound. Unity became a beloved professor, teaching students to think beyond the boundaries of individual consciousness. The voluntary bonding techniques developed during the crisis became standard curriculum, fostering deeper cooperation between magical communities worldwide. Harry split his time between teaching temporal studies, researching with the Department of Mysteries, and living the life he'd never had in his original timeline. He dated awkwardly, given his unique circumstances, traveled to times and places that challenged even his experienced perspective, and slowly learned to be not just Harry Potter or Professor Peverell, but simply himself. His parents, now in their late 30s, joked about having a son who was technically older than them. James had risen to head the Auror department, implementing reforms based on Harry's knowledge of future techniques. Lily pioneered new branches of experimental charms, her brilliance finally given room to flourish without war's shadow. On Harry's 21st birthday, or 71st, as Hermione's cake cheekily proclaimed, the Brotherhood gathered for what had become an annual celebration. Former enemies sat beside old friends. Humans mingled with Unity's consciousness. Even Peeves behaved himself, mostly. A toast Dumbledore proposed, raising his glass. To Harry Potter, who proved that the greatest magic isn't in spells or power, but in the choice to try again, to do better, to save everyone, even those who don't deserve it. To second chances, Harry countered, thinking of Riddle in his simulation, Unity learning to laugh, his parents alive and thriving, and to the people who help us take them. As the party continued around him, Harry stepped onto a balcony overlooking the grounds. The future stretched ahead, not the dark certainty he'd once fought to prevent, but bright with possibility he'd helped create. He'd lived 2 lives, saved 2 worlds, and learned that victory wasn't about defeating darkness, but about choosing light. Again and again, in every timeline, with every choice, the boy who lived twice had become the man who chose to hope. And that, Harry thought with satisfaction, was magic enough for anyone. Chapter 36, full circle, 20 years after the collective crisis. Professor Harry Potter stood at the front of his temporal studies classroom, watching his NEWT level students grapple with particularly complex equations. At 32 or 82, though he'd stopped counting, he'd grown into his role at Hogwarts with a comfort that had once seemed impossible. "Remember," he said, moving between the desks, "temporal magic isn't about changing the past or predicting the future. It's about understanding that time itself is just another dimension of magical existence." "But Professor," asked Alina Longbottom, Neville's daughter, "if time is just a dimension, why can't we move through it as easily as we apparate through space. Harry smiled. It was the same question he'd asked decades ago as Professor Peverell. Who says we can't? Every memory is a form of time travel. Every plan is a glimpse of possible futures. We're all temporal beings. Most just don't realize it. The classroom door opened, and Unity shimmered in. Its presence, now as familiar to students as any physical professor. Apologies for the interruption, Unity projected. Harry, you're needed in the headmaster's office. It concerns the Riddle protocol. Harry's expression didn't change, but his students, perceptive, as all Hogwarts students seemed to be these days, noticed the shift in his posture. Read chapters 12 through 15 on parallel temporal streams, he instructed. We'll discuss the practical applications next class. As he walked through the castle with Unity, Harry asked, "What's happened?" "Tom Riddle has made a request. He wishes to speak with you about graduation." Harry stopped walking. Graduation. His term. He believes he's ready for the next phase of his rehabilitation. The headmaster's office had evolved over the years. Minerva McGonagall sat behind the desk now, Dumbledore's portrait offering occasional advice from the wall. The other portraits, including a new one of Professor Peverell, that Harry still found surreal, watched with interest. Harry, McGonagall greeted him. "Thank you for coming. We have a situation that requires your unique perspective." The monitoring crystals showed Riddle's simulation, but it had transformed beyond recognition. Where once a replica of Wizarding Britain existed, now there was something else, a reality shaped by 20 years of genuine growth and change. Tom Riddle, now appearing in his 50s within the simulation, had built a school. Not a copy of Hogwarts, but something new. An institution dedicated to healing those who'd been damaged by dark magic, by their own ambitions, by the choices that had led them astray. He's been running it for 5 years, Kingsley explained. His hair now silver, but his presence still commanding. Every student is a constructed consciousness based on real dark wizards from history. He helps them find redemption. Ironic, Hermione observed. Now the youngest ever director of the Department of Mysteries Consciousness Division. The man who once sought to absorb others now dedicates himself to helping them discover individual worth. On the crystal, Riddle stood in what appeared to be a garden, tending to magical plants with careful attention. He looked up as if sensing their observation. "I know you're watching," he said calmly. "I've known for years. The simulation's tells are subtle but present. I'm ready to discuss the next steps." Harry exchanged glances with the others, then activated the communication protocol. His image appeared in Riddle's garden. "Tom," Harry greeted. "You asked to speak with me." "Harry," Riddle straightened, brushing soil from his hands. "Or do you prefer Professor Potter now? The simulation receives updates from the real world. I know of your accomplishments. Harry is fine. You mentioned graduation. Riddle gestured to his school, his creation. I've spent 20 years learning to be human, learning empathy, consequences, the value of individual choice. I believe I've changed as much as I'm capable of within these constraints. And you want what freedom? No, Riddle said firmly. I know that's impossible. The crimes I committed can't be undone, but I want to contribute more meaningfully. This simulation limits my ability to genuinely help others. Harry studied the man who had once been his greatest enemy across 2 timelines. The arrogance was gone, replaced by something that might have been wisdom. What do you propose? Integration, Riddle said simply. Not into the real world, I understand that danger. But let me join Unity's consciousness network as a discrete entity. I could help design rehabilitation programs for dark wizards, contribute to the understanding of consciousness corruption, perhaps prevent others from walking my path. It was an audacious request. The Brotherhood spent weeks debating it, consulting with Unity, running probability scenarios. In the end, it was Luna who provided the deciding insight. He's not asking for power, she observed during one heated discussion. He's asking for purpose. That's very human. The integration process was complex, requiring safeguards that pushed magical theory to its limits. Riddle's consciousness would join Unity's network, but remain distinct, monitored, limited in scope, but genuine in contribution. Harry supervised the transfer personally. As Riddle's awareness shifted from simulation to the broader magical consciousness network, there was a moment of vulnerability where his true nature would be revealed. It's terrifying, Riddle admitted as the process began. I've been alone in my own mind for so long, even in the simulation, to truly connect with others. That's the point, Harry said gently. Connection requires vulnerability. Growth requires risk. The moment of transfer was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Through his temporal awareness, he knew Riddle's consciousness laid bare all the cruelty and ambition, yes, but also genuine remorse, hard-won wisdom, and something that might have been hope. Welcome, Unity said, as Riddle's consciousness settled into the network. You are seen. You are accepted as you are, not as you were. For the first time in any timeline, Harry saw Tom Riddle cry. The years that followed brought changes no one could have predicted. Riddle, now existing as a consulting consciousness within Unity's network, developed revolutionary approaches to healing magical trauma. His insights, born from personal experience with the darkest aspects of magic, saved countless lives. Harry continued teaching, his temporal studies program expanding to include practical applications. Students learned not just theory, but how to perceive time as he did, as a flexible dimension of experience, rather than a rigid progression. His personal life had flourished in ways his original timeline never allowed. He'd married a fellow researcher named Sarah, who who found his temporal complexity fascinating rather than off-putting. They had twins who showed early signs of inherited temporal perception, seeing past and future with equal clarity. "It's not fair," James, his son, complained at age 7. "I can see what happens if I don't do my homework, but I still have to do it. Seeing consequences doesn't remove the need to experience them," Harry told him patiently. "That's what makes us human, rather than just observers." His daughter Lily, named for both her grandmothers, had a different gift. She could see the temporal threads that connected people, understanding intuitively how past choices created present relationships. "Uncle Tom is sad," she announced during one family gathering, referring to the consciousness that had become an unexpected part of their extended network. "He sees all the threads he cut and can't reweave them. Some threads can't be rewoven," Harry explained gently, "but new ones can be made. That's what Uncle Tom is learning." The wizarding world had transformed beyond recognition. Voluntary bonding was standard practice. Unity nodes existed in magical communities worldwide, facilitating unprecedented cooperation. Dark magic still existed, but rehabilitation rather than imprisonment had become the standard response. On his 50th birthday or 100th, depending on the count, Harry stood in the Great Hall for another celebration. The gathering included faces from across his strange, wonderful life, students and colleagues, family and former enemies, humans and consciousnesses that defied easy classification. Dumbledore's portrait raised a painted glass. To Harry Potter, who proved that the most powerful magic is the courage to give others the chance to change. And sometimes, added McGonagall with a rare smile, the patience to wait a century or two for them to take it. Tom Riddle's consciousness rippled with what Harry had learned to recognize as rueful amusement, to second chances, and third, and 20th, if necessary. As the celebration continued, Harry found himself on the astronomy tower, looking out over the grounds. His wife found him there, slipping her hand into his. "Brooding again?" Sarah asked gently. Reflecting, Harry corrected. "On how different it all is from what I expected. In my original timeline, I was the boy who lived singular, isolated by fame and destiny. Here you're Harry," she finished. "Teacher, researcher, husband, father, friend, connected to so many lives in so many ways. 2 timelines, infinite possibilities," Harry mused. "And somehow we found this one. Unity materialized beside them, its presence warm and familiar. Have you ever wondered if this was always the intended outcome? If your original timeline was just the rough draft?" Harry considered this. Maybe, or maybe every timeline is equally valid, equally real. We just get to live in this one. A very Professor Peverell answer. Unity observed with fond amusement. "Well, I am him, among other things." As midnight approached, Harry looked out over the world he'd helped save twice, once from war, once from a different kind of darkness. It wasn't perfect. It never could be. But it was alive with possibility, connections, and hope. The boy who lived had become the man who lived fully. And in the end, across all timelines and possibilities, that was the greatest magic of all. "Come on," Sarah said, tugging him toward the stairs. "Your children are probably convincing their Uncle Ron to teach them trick wand techniques, temporal perception, and Weasley mischief," Harry groaned. "What have we created?" "The future," she said simply. And together, they walked back into the light and laughter of the present moment, the only time that ever truly mattered, no matter how many timelines you remembered. In the great hall below, the celebration continued. Former enemies laughed together. Human and consciousness mingled freely. Children who would never know war played between the tables. It was messy and complicated and beautiful. It was life, and for Harry Potter teacher, temporal theorist, bridge between worlds, and finally, simply himself, it was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything.